Hello. Good morning. It's a new day, my friends. How's everybody doing? Hello, Looney Lorna. Jabberfast. It's NE, that's Nebraska, right? It's gonna be a hot one. Northeast. Oh, okay. 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 Yeah, you guys could take the heat. Just get it away from here. We did. I slept really good. All right, folks. So today we have our special guest joining us at 10 a.m. Central Time. So, was it 3 hours from now? A little under 3 hours. It is today. It was supposed to be yesterday, but there was a scheduling error on their end, so we had to wait. That's all right. You can watch the VOD, so that'll be fun. In the meantime, we're gonna work on the Minotaur here. I'm gonna continue sculpting the Minotaur. This evening we'll be sculpting our mouse guard character. It is Thursday. It seemed like it cooled off. It was not too bad this morning. We set out. We set up. We got one of those little blow up kiddie pools, and then of course I couldn't help but go swimming with Emma in the tiny little kiddie pool. So it's amazing when you're just sitting in water. It felt the temperature yesterday was hot, but it feels like it's not hot at all when you're, covered in water. So. And then proceeded, instead of just dumping the water out, I took a big 5-gallon bucket and just scooped up the water after we were all done for the day, and watered the garden with it. So, oh, there's photos, but will you guys see them? No. Sorry. No chance. Hey Maggie, how you doing? No, that was nice. It was a good good evening. I did go and check out a vehicle. Of course, it's funny with used cars, if it's too good to be true, it probably is not true. So this was definitely one of those cases. So it's that delicate balance between trying to find a good deal and avoiding scams. And it's a hard line to navigate. So the quest continues. This vehicle looked really nice inside and out. It had fairly low miles for what my budget is, and even was a fairly newer year. I think like 2014 or something, so 10 years old. It's pretty new in my eyes, but I did some research on that particular make and model, and it has is notorious for the engine going bad. So right around 100,000 miles, and this one was at like 96,000. So I was like, aha, okay. The story unfolds. So I decided we don't want to deal with that, so no thank you. Yeah, we just gotta be patient, exactly. Patience. I know how to be patient. Okay, let's see here. So we're gonna use this water-based separator. Yeah, that's a good. The Camrys. I'm looking for a Camry or a Corolla. Even if it has high miles, they seem to be extremely reliable vehicles. Something like that. No, this is the C1 separator. So what we're doing here is we're painting this on here, and then once this dries, I'll be able to smush clay down on the face of this, and that will allow me to duplicate this whole side of this axe, and then we just place it on the other side, kind of, you know, merge the seam. So we don't have to sculpt the same axe face that we already did. This is a special technique you can only do with Cosclay. I mean, you can mold and cast things without Cosclay, but this is like a really quick, easy way to duplicate parts. Only using this liquid and the clay itself. So. Okay. Hey, what's up, Merrick? Hello. Blacksmith Pop, how you doing? Lurking it up. Okay. I'm gonna use the heat gun to help this dry a little faster here. Okay, I'm gonna brush the low spots back in onto the high spots. Hey, Looper. Good morning, Colleen. Okay. Oh, the wrinkle's here? What do you mean, something on here? Okay, so now let's mix up some... We're gonna start covering this. Might be better to use the pasta machine here. Let's actually condition some clay while we got this here. Need some more for today. Very con. Hey, that's wonderful. It's a wonderful thing. When you have something to show for it, if you'd like to share, you should consider joining our Discord. We have a really active community.
Hail, noble ally. Please accept
Especially
these
among the
treasures
artists.
as a gift for your unwavering service to the kingdom.
OJ, 130 months of support, 130 days since you got partner. Congrats, Christopher. Hey, OJ, thank you so much, man. That's as long as I've been partnered right there. 130 months. Jeez. Frog's breath for you, OJ. Let's see what it says. A shield may protect your body, but courage is the armor that guards your soul. Very good. 12 years plus 10 months. Thanks, we're almost at the 13-year mark since partnership. That's kind of the marker of how long I've been doing sculpture full time. So I think after I got partnered, it wasn't very long after that my car got burned, and then I quit my job and pursued it full time. Hey, what's up, bad man? How you doing? The beginning of something new starts with the destruction of something old. Typically. It's because it was a lifetime ago. A lot can happen in 12 years. 15 years. 12. But hey, I appreciate you sticking with me through the whole journey, my friend. Thank you. There we go. Okay, so I'm gonna smoosh this onto the face of this axe to get a good imprint. I think let's fill in these eye holes first. Kind of fill in these harder to reach areas. Nose holes. Okay, now just take this and we're just gonna go like that. And really push things down here. Okay. Well, I mean, to be fair, I haven't played in a very long time. But I know it's just like riding a bike. We'll see. I've had so many phases of my life where I wasn't playing pool at all, but I've had it in and out of my life for so long that it just kind of sticks. How'd the Dragon Wing come along from yesterday? Never saw the end product. It's still in the works. We'll work on that. So that piece gets worked on Wednesday mornings. So you can come and see more progress on that next Wednesday morning. Thanks, Beef Guy. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, today we're working on this Minotaur here. Working on his axe first, and then while this is in the oven, I think we'll sculpt the underside of that loincloth. It needs to be fleshed in. Alright, beef. Alistar. Alistar is a minotaur. Good old League of Legends days. Do you still play League, OJ? Well, I feel like if a minotaur saw a cow, it'd be the equivalent to us seeing monkeys. Alright, beef guy, I appreciate it, man. We'll see you later, my friend. Yeah, you have to pretty much relearn things from the beginning. I got around to trying out Chivalry too. It's pretty fun. It doesn't have quite the same charm as the first one. It's close though. They did a good job. But I just can't bear the skill grind. Not anymore. Like, do I really want to play 1,000 hours of this to become proficient at it? These are the questions I have now when I play a game like this. And the answer's always like, nah. It's like, I don't know about that, OJ. They changed a little bit of the mechanics of the game, though, so it is a little bit different. I can't get away with my same shenanigans that I used to. I'm just gonna reinforce these corners here a little bit. ARAM. That's not how that game works. It's not designed for 1v1. You could just get a better pick and win that way. But it's random. Yeah, exactly. You get a better so it's might as well just play roulette for mod. You put your chip on red and I'll put my chip on black. Alright, I think that should be good. So now we got it completely covered. We toss this in the oven and bake it. And then we'll be able to peel this layer off. And it will let me actually let me just add a little bit of a support right here. It'll create a perfect indentation of this axe head that we can then duplicate and not have to sculpt the whole other side. This trick right here probably saves us a day worth of work, realistically. Saves us about 4 hours. Yeah, right. Playlist always knows. Where does most of the time go? Well, rendering. If I sculpt this axe face from scratch again, I have to render the shapes and then redo all the details. And on top of that, we're also battling symmetry to make it match up to the other side. It'd probably be about 3 or 4 hours of work to make the other side of this. What was that game mode called? Dominion? Is that what you're thinking of? Yeah. How much time does it take to make it look clean? What do you mean? It would take me 3 to 4 hours to make the face that you saw on here. Probably took me about 3 or 4 hours. And that's a finished part. Streams. Well, on the whole project, we're on day 17 right now. So, but that's for the whole character. We had a counter, like on-screen counter or something. All right, that should be good. Let me go get that in the oven And I think while that's baking, we will sculpt the underside of his loincloth. That all locked in. Right, but I think back then we worked on just one thing at a time, so it was a little bit different. Now we have many things going at one time. Alright, I'll be right back. Yes, I just never spilled again since that date, so. I've reached spill-proof perfection. No. Not a single drop has been spilled since that day. Live on camera. Spilled my coffee everywhere. That's not a jinx. That doesn't exist. You know why? Because I've tested it. It doesn't work that way. Doesn't exist. Jinxing. This is a Vi household, yeah. Speaking of which, the doesn't the next season of that League of Legends show come out soon? Knocks on forehead. Knocking on wood, or it used to be called touching wood, was actually a way to kind of like to call upon tree spirits. I don't know if you knew that. Where that tradition actually stems from. It's an old touching a tree, you know, calling upon a tree spirit. Touch wood. I don't want no tree spirits in here. But no touching of the wood here. What if it's a trickster tree spirit? No Maokai's here. us foolish humans meddling with things we have no understanding of. Not all tree spirits are like Treebeard and Lord of the Rings. Oh, hey, what's up, Rob? First day there, huh? Hey, what's up, Miles? I am doing well. I hope you're doing well as well. Okay, so got the axe baking in the oven. We are going to, while that's baking, we need to deal with this kind of under area here. So let me think about which side would be easiest to tackle first. Probably, since this side right here is the hardest to reach, just sculpting it in there, get all that covered, and then this. Try and do it in one go. Wisp or dryads, right? All right, hey Rob. Hey, that's a positive change in my mind. Cooling down more in the evening. Heck yeah. We ready for the Cosclay live? We are. We're all set and ready, and locked in for 10 a.m. So 2 more hours, and we'll have the Cosclay crew come join us. So write down your questions so you don't forget. I think we'll just use the chat to submit questions. Or should we use Discord? Maybe we should use Discord. What do you guys think? But not everybody has Discord. So maybe not. I think we'll address the. I think we'll start. I'll start with. We'll start with the international shipping scenario, and that way we can rule out all those questions. We could just me and them will talk about that whole situation. How can I improve my life with Cosclay? What are the side effects of Cosclay? That's true. People will join late and ask the question. It's okay. It's probably a good thing that they see that reoccurring because, and I know they know. The problem or the reality is they're a small company. You know, they're not some sort of like international conglomerate. You know, we're used to the services we get from these huge international companies and kind of expect that from everybody, but that's just not how it works. They can't. So it's up to other small businesses to step in to fill the need in their respective countries, you know. First step is to whip out the phone and start recording and not actually help. That's parental advice in the modern era right there that we live in. If somebody's in trouble, do not step in and help, but instead whip out your phone to make a viral video. This is the way. Did I get sponsored with Cosclay? I've had a material sponsorship with them, which is pretty much they just provide me with clay. So it's more of a, there's no sort of like obligations or anything. It's more of just I promote their clay, which I would be doing anyways, and they're kind enough to provide free material for me for doing that. So yeah, it's really awesome. Yeah. But yeah, trust me, it's not like there's nothing written out or any sort of like I must do this or I must not speak bad about Cosclay or anything like that. It's just they see me, you know, promoting their stuff quite a bit and getting a lot of eyes on it, and they repaying kindness with kindness. So and it definitely helps me out a lot, not having to worry about that extra cost. Ah, okay. Right. I hear, you know, I heard a rumor on the street that some people have been seeing cosplay showing up in stores like Hobby Lobby and stuff. So maybe that'll be a good topic to jump into with them. And I know they were actually at Monster Palooza. Usually they said that they usually attend, but this first time I think they actually set up shop and actually had a booth and stuff. Yeah, I would totally, I would do the exact same thing, I'm telling you. And I did actually. So when Cosclay was first coming out, and I was beta testing it, and I didn't know if it would even stick around, you know? I was already in love with it, so I was like, whatchamacallit, like rationing my supply, because I was like, oh, I gotta make this last the rest of my life, this beta sample here. So when I first started using Cosclay, I still used Sculpting for like the thicker, like, you know, like for example on this character, like the torso doesn't technically need to be Cosclay because it's just a big hunk with no little bits hanging off of it or anything, you know. So that could have been done in Sculpting, but then like the cloak here and all these little details I would have done in Cosclay. So like just strategically, if cost is an issue, this is exactly how I would do it. I would try and get some sort of polymer clay to be my bulking clay for bigger areas that aren't as much of a worry with breaking, and then I would use Cosclay to do all the details and, you know, fingers and horns and stuff like that. So, well, let me open the door real quick. We're gonna ask them about it. Well, and they said they have some things to like announce and talk about too. So we'll see. We can certainly bring it up because it's, you know, the only reason we even know about it is because somebody or people were saying they were getting free samples of it with their order. So. That's how I do it, namely because I'm scared of another Cosclay shortage over here. Yeah, you just gotta start like slowly stocking up, because the shelf life seems to be extremely stable. Because I think I have still some of the beta sample, which is from like years ago, and it's still, you can condition it up and use it right now, you know. So it's just one of those materials might be worth just having a box on the shelf of an inventory. Okay. Of wheat. Dairy of gluten. Ooh. $30 for a pound for a 1 pound box. Yep, I still remember the days of I used to so one of the ways I used to be able to get material for a pretty cheap price, and maybe this is something to consider, but other polymer clays like Sculpting definitely has a shelf life where it will dry out and become like hard as a brick. You just can't really use it in that state. And a lot of locations, stores will get these dried bricks and just have them sitting on their shelf. And in the past, what I would do is I would confront the manager of the store with this problem. Say, hey, I just bought this box. It's dry as a brick. And then offer to buy the inventory that they would normally have to just throw away for like $1 a box or something. Explain to them that it can be conditioned back to a workable state, but it takes a lot of work, and so I would get like, you know, I would buy out all their inventory and for like a couple bucks. And then the good news is that you clear out, you have to put in all the work to condition it back to a workable state, but then they'll get a new shipment of clay, hopefully that's not dried out. Use like a mineral oil. So what you have to do is, to bring clay back to life, is first you have to get it workable enough to be able to mix oil back into it. That's the hard part, but I've learned some tricks. You take a bowl of, get your faucet turned on the hottest setting until it's as hot as can be, and then fill a bowl with that water. Then take this hardened brick of clay and stick it in the water. Leave it there for like 5 to 10 minutes. Then remove it, and it should become pliable enough to mix oil into it into like smaller batches. So you essentially try to get it as flat as you can get it with your hands, and then kind of just dip your fingers in the mineral oil and then just kind of like drizzle it on. It doesn't need that much, just drizzle it on the surface, and then fold it, and then run it through the pasta machine and keep folding and running it through. And you'll see it start to really kind of like come back to life. But just slowly add the oil, because it's very easy to add too much and then it becomes too soft and sticky. So then you gotta leach the oil back out. It's today, Red Ticket. Today at 10 a.m. Central. It's now 8:14 Central time. So. Hey, what's up, Dragon? Hello, Blue Snow. I've done it wrapped and unwrapped. It doesn't seem like there's any issue with just putting it in there unwrapped, because it's an oil-based clay. So I didn't see any problems doing that. But if you're concerned about it, you can just throw it in a plastic bag. Just make sure it's like airtight onto the brick, so the heat is like going into the clay as much as possible. So. It's funny because out of necessity, trying to save money and get clay at a cheaper price, that's what got me turned on to sculpting with a clay called Sculpting Original, which is not super sculpy, but it was this really soft clay that was it was cheaper and you could buy it in bulk. So I started sculpting with that material, and I sculpted with that for a long time and got used to the softness and stuff. And then they discontinued production of that clay, and that's what led me to converting to Cosclay exclusively. So. Once bought a pound of Cernet at my local craft store. It was unusable. Yeah, you can use it. It just takes a lot of work to get it to a usable state. Anytime that happens when you guys buy that clay, just go back and show the person that's working there, explain to them the situation, and just get it. If you're gonna put in the work to recondition it, just make them sell it to you at a really cheap rate. They're gonna have to throw it out anyways, so it might as well make up $1, you know. Because you could very well just return it, and then they have to throw it away, or return it and then let you buy it back for $1. That's what I would say. No amount of softener would revive it. Waste of $20. Yeah. So, you know, I never used the clay softeners before. I always used, when I was revitalizing clay, I always used oil. I did the exact method I explained, where you just have to you heat it up just enough to get it flattened out, so you can start running it through the pasta machine and then let the pasta machine do the work. Because yeah, just putting it on the outside surface, it's not going to soak in, it's not going to penetrate. It has to be mixed in. So yeah, Michael's has had that 30% coupon for a long time. Yeah. I see a Michael's infiltrator here, huh? Trying to slyly promote your business. I see you, Michael's. I'm just kidding. You can also take that 30% off coupon to another craft store, and a lot of times they'll actually they will match it. 30% off of one item. So, hey, Michael's got this deal here. Will you guys match it? Michael's is not. I like going there. They have different stuff than the other craft stores, but a lot of their stuff does seem to be a little bit more expensive. There's not one close to me, so I don't go to it very often. Joann's considered a craft store? Yeah, technically. They're just a little more fabric focused, but they have crafting supplies too. Yeah, right. Yeah, I used to get so frustrated when I'd buy a box of clay in the past and it'd be like hard as a brick. Oh my goodness. It's very frustrating. I remember it got to the point before I came up with this idea of buying the hardened clay for cheap. I would I would go to the shelf where all the clay was, and I'd give it a squish and see if it was like hard as a rock. And like the store would be like loaded, like 6-7 boxes of clay, all hard as a rock. And I'm like, oh boy, how are we gonna do this? So my first idea was to just grab those boxes and then strategically hide them throughout the store. So then the person that worked in the section would be like, oh, we're out of clay, and then they'd order more. But then they caught on that was happening, and they would find my boxes and put them back. So that's when I came up with the idea. I was like, how about I tell them about this problem, because they probably just don't even know it's a thing, and then offer to buy the clay instead for a really cheap price. And that worked really good. Because after doing that like once or twice, you started to get in actual fresh material, fresh off the press kind of stuff, you know, so. And you just have to keep going back to the same store. I knew how to work the system from my time in working in retail, and just knowing that if you go to the same location and you buy all the clay every time they fill the shelf, the rate of sale will go up and they will order more. Just naturally, like their system will tell them they need to order more. And so that was the winning strategy back in the day for me. What a journey. It's fun to go back into those old memories.
It's red.
No, it's not. It's not fun. Hey, Labardo. Cosclay has a neon series. Yeah, they got all kinds of different colors. I gotta cut this. Hey, Alpha. Alright, hey, have a good night. We'll catch you later. I will be on in the evening for the evening stream, or my evening for me, probably morning for you. We'll be working on the whatchamacallit, the mouse guard character. Oh yeah. Well, we can bring that up to them when we have it here. I mean, they do have my one of my pieces on the back of every box of the sculpt line is a sculpture that I made. And my hand. Like, it's a cnotbusch hand with every box. Look at that. I have my hand over every piece of clay. That is, yeah, that's mine. Like I said, you know, no money involved with any of that stuff. It's just that we scratch each other's backs, you know. They pay me in the only currency I appreciate, clay.
The strength of the cnotbusch kingdom lies not in our
my
walls,
first hand
but
modeling
in
gig.
our people. March to war.
The nice lady over there. Oh. Oh, hello. The nice ladies art clan. Welcome, raiders. Come on in. I think this is my first nice lady over there to raid. I feel like I would remember that name for sure. Welcome in. Thank you very much for sending your people to me. If you guys are new here, my name is cnotbusch. I make one-of-a-kind, traditionally sculpted creations here. Mostly commissioned work. We're working on a minotaur today. His axe is in the oven, and now we're doing this kind of under the loincloth area. Think you had, but a while ago? Okay. Alright. Well, I have the memory of a fly, so that makes sense. But, yeah, we do all kinds of stuff here. I'm looking for another piece to show you. I'm gonna go grab more guy. Let me go grab more guy. Lots of projects in the works here. So what were you guys up to? What were you working on? I never remember. I actually finished last night. I was doing a little midnight sculpting powwow, and I finished this back plate. It's been baked. I wonder if we can. I wonder if we can peel it off. Let's see. Using the C1 separator, we're able to create a barrier that prevents the clay from sticking. Allows us to make some attachable pieces. Let's see here. See if I did a good job or not. Hey, that's the noise I want to hear. Hey, look at that. Let's hold that out. Oh, yeah. Success. The reason that has to be detachable is the we're doing wiring on this piece, so now I can remove this I can carve a channel for the lights for the wiring, and then we can just simply reattach this to cover it up at the end. Cool. And I glue it in there once it's all. I usually paint portraits, but I painted my first vase of flowers. Okay. Traditional painting, I imagine. Makes painting easier too. Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. The more pieces you can make detachable. Just think about it, if you make a piece of armor detachable, you don't have to deal with the seam line between the armor and the character's body. I really technically should do this with like everything. Yeah. But that's another work in progress we got. Let me set that open. More midnight powwows then? I mean, wasn't actually at midnight, but an after hours powwow, I should say. Bonus time. I was doing my homework for the class, and while I was waiting for parts to bake, I Oh, nice, Shuli. That's a nice box to see on the porch. Nice heavy Cosclay labeled box. Me? Yeah, I've been streaming for a long time. Indeed. Got your Cosclay for Mother's Day? A great gift. I'm sure we all have those people in our lives that just literally don't really have any hobbies. Man, it's so hard to get gifts for those type of people. When someone has a hobby, it's an easy gift supply idea. Did you get a hobby already so I can buy you something? Oh, that's a really hard to reach spot. Can't see here. Subscription to Hobby Magazine. I couldn't imagine not having a hobby, something creative, a creative hobby. Doesn't even have to be art related, you know, even like gardening and stuff. That's creative. Any sort of creative activity. I highly recommend that for anybody. Want to enjoy life more? Try creating something. Participate in the creative side of life. How to wash dishes creatively by cnotbusch. Well, dishes is a side effect of the creative activity, just like cleaning the workshop is. I don't like to clean the workshop, but I must to be able to do the creative activity. Cooking would be the creative activity of washing dishes. Creating a delicious meal. Just you need to make the washing creative. Okay, this is how you do it. Ready? Step 1. Turn on an educational, creatively inspiring podcast or piece of audio content. Then proceed to wash the dishes while you absorb the content. That's how you do it. The armature is twisted wire, and then the bulkier areas are filled in with foil first before clay. Use peanut butter instead of dish soap. No, don't do that. That will not clean. It will not clean. I use medium firm, yeah. There's a big difference between medium firm and soft. There's a slight difference between medium firm and the extra firm that I've noticed. It's not as huge of a step as going from soft to medium firm. Medium firm, it just feels like it's soft enough to move it around easily, but also not too soft that I have a hard time doing details. So, hey, what's up, Square? So that's kind of, it's a good in-between spot, so I don't feel like I'm shorted one way or the other. Because if you get clay that's too firm, it's nice for details, but it really is a bummer when you're trying to like do nice big flowy shapes and stuff. Because just moving the material around just takes a lot more work. So it's harder to get a natural, smooth, flowy shape because you're restricted by the material. But then doing the details is really great, so. Struggle, yeah. Also, you know, I think it's really important to become proficient at manipulating softer materials, you know, because if you can get really good with detailing softer material, then you can negate the negative consequence of using softer clay and only benefit from the positive stuff. So I've always been, initially when I started sculpting, I was more drawn to firmer clay because I just didn't have the control. So I didn't like using softer clay. But then as you get more control and you become used to using softer material, I start to prefer that more, so. No, yeah, I don't do drawings, but I do clay sketches here. All these up here are like clay maquettes or kind of a rough draft. Let me grab the Minotaur. See, yeah, definitely did some changes, but the pose is the same. But you can see I decided I wanted the proportions different comparatively. I wanted the head to be smaller and the anatomy, especially of like the legs, to be bigger. But we got the same same pose here. Yeah, so the sketch, I only spend about 4 hours max doing those. Just keeping it loose, throwing the clay around, and just figuring out what I'm doing, really. By seeing that sketch that you can see the changes I made to create this. You know, I was able to see what it looked like. And then I decided that I wasn't a fan of the proportions and wanted the head to be smaller and the body to be bigger, so I was able to tweak those proportions. Original video game and then the remaster, yeah. I mean, some of them are fairly similar, so the sketch to the final product, but it just gives you hindsight is what happens there. All right, let's keep working on this. I want to get this part done here. Add these wrinkles here. No, we keep that in there. I could remove it technically, but no reason. It's thin enough that it doesn't get in the way. I mean, I might cut this one back a little bit, just so we can get that seam line looking really good. Well, the sketches will not be kept. They will, I use a particular material that melts back down, so we can reuse that clay over and over again. It's not a clay that will last. It stays workable indefinitely. It never fully hardens. And you can, with heat, you can kind of melt it back down. Hey, thanks, Tupac. All right, let's we're gonna use clay glue in here to kind of blend all this down. How you doing there, Mr. Tupac? Surviving. Suppose that's better than not surviving, right? Yeah, I do believe I'm over the 10,000 hour marker for sure. There's definitely something to that you just need a lot of just the experience. There's no shortcut past the time investment required. It's not all you need, but it's definitely a part of the formula. I appreciate that, Danny. Thank you. We have come a long way from the sketch phase for sure. Okay, that looks good. Now, last but not least, we're gonna do this this back portion here. Add on our clay glue. Well, yeah, this is the first round of pieces that I've implemented that, and it's been nothing but good coming from that. I think it will definitely become a just natural part of my process. Oh. Hey, what's up, Frozen? Being my friend. How do you do? Alright, let's roll out the clay here. Plaster it on, and we got about an hour until our meeting with Cosclay, so they'll be coming to join us for a live interview, so stick around if you want to see the makers of this wonderful material and ask some questions. Should be good. Should be a good time. Play ravioli. True. Probably make it look just like the real deal. You paint it right. Aluminum foil filling. It works in an extruder. I actually had one set up, but then I need to I took it apart for a specific reason. I need to put it back together because it does work really well. And it's a useful, definitely a useful process. Do you have to make the cloth thick so it doesn't sag? No, you just can't. It's impossible to make it as thin as the cloth needs to be with and actually still be able to add detail. So, you know, realistically, we add thickness to this, but we hide it by wherever the edges are. We really taper them out and make them thin, and it becomes, you can't even tell that it's thick. You know, it becomes you know, flowy fabric has a thickness to it or a body to it visually. So, but like, yeah, you can't. There's no way to. Like if I rolled out, I would have to roll out a really thin sheet for this to be the exact thickness of the real cloth. But then there's no way to like to be even be able to sculpt on it without optical illusion. Yeah, exactly. It's just the best way to do it. And also there's a structure in there, so when I heat this up, it won't just fall off or break. So, but yeah, you wouldn't be able to add any texture or any sort of you know, shaping or anything like that. So it's just the way it has to be done. Yeah, by taking this edge here and just kind of making it come out to yes, I am self-taught. Pretty much all my growth and learning has happened. I mean, I hadn't been sculpting for that long before I started streaming, so the whole process has been live streamed, the learning, for the most part. Over the last 15 years. think I was doing it as like a side thing for about 2 years before I started streaming. I do a lot of sculpting class. Yeah, so sculpting was first introduced to me when I was about 10 years old. And I did get into it quite a bit at that age for like a season, you know, and then when you're younger, these interests, you don't have the discipline or the, you know, you don't pursue things like you do when you're a grown up, you know. It's kind of, you do it for a little while and then it fades away, and then it came back into the picture in high school, and taking all that experience I had in the past, I did my first clay project in high school, and it was just naturally elevated because of what I had learned in the past, which, you know, being good at something or feeling like you're a natural talent at something makes you want to pursue it even more. So I did. I started sculpting a lot in high school, and thankfully I had a really awesome art teacher who was also the head of the art department, and she allowed me to sign up for any art class on the roster, you know, any single one, and instead of doing the curriculum for that class, she would just let me turn in sculpting projects, and she let me sculpt the whole time. So ultimately I ended up with like 32 different art classes through my whole high school experience, and almost every single one of them I was working with clay. But that was ceramics. So then you know, you start getting closer to graduating high school, and everyone's telling you, oh, you got to go to college for this or for that. You got to figure out your whole life right now, you know. So I had never, a thought never crossed my mind that I could continue sculpting and make money with it somehow. You know, there's no clear path there, right? So I never even thought to continue sculpting, and started pursuing other things. I started doing industrial design is what I was going for. Something practical with some art elements in the mix, and got about 2 years into that, and was like, nope, not for me, I'm out. I ended up dropping out, and then it was probably a couple months after that, fate grabbed a hold of me, and I started using clay again. Just started sculpting again in my free time. I was actually on a pursuit to try and make some extra money because too much maths. Yeah, you know what it was? That actually I was doing pretty well in the program. The problem was I got 2 years in, so I had 2 more years to go, and I was starting to have classes with the seniors, industrial designers, and just seeing the look of terror on their faces, and the of like frantically getting their portfolio ready, trying to find jobs, not finding them, you know, and then also starting to realize the real value of money, and seeing how much this is going to cost by the time I get done. It all just started to click, and I was like, okay, I can't continue this. This is not good. So that's when I stopped. So, and then but I was enjoying aspects of industrial design, and even the drafting and all that stuff. I really liked that stuff, but it just wasn't worth it in my mind. So it was CAD. I'm pretty sure it was AutoCAD. I actually enjoyed hand drafting more than the digital drafting, but you had to do hand drafting first to be able to learn the computerized version, MS Paint. And so then all my plans had crumbled, and I'm sitting there like, oh, what am I gonna do with my life now? And I was the best job I could find was a part-time job at Target, and so I had free time, and I didn't have a lot of money, and I could only get part-time hours, so I started trying to figure out ways to make some extra money, following the example that my dad gave to me, which is having side income, like not putting all your eggs in one basket. He always worked side jobs. You know, he's a trades guy, so he was always getting home from work, eating some food, and then running off to a side project to make some extra money. So I tried figuring out ways to do that. My first idea was not sculpture, though. Again, this idea that making money with sculpture was not even a thing. You know, I was like, that's not a thing, you know. No, because no one ever tells you, or, you know, you're just not exposed to certain worlds. But anyways, so my first idea was painting minis, buying sets of minis, painting them, and selling them. And I did that for a little while before the thing that triggered the sculpting was I was trying to figure out ways to make my painted minis stand out a little bit more. So I decided I was going to sculpt little custom bases for them. And that's when I bought polymer clay and started messing around with that. And that led to me making my first sculpture, which was from a game character, which led to me selling that. And then following the breadcrumb trail, here we are 15 years after that point. So, but anyways, I'll be right back. 2 seconds. I'm gonna go grab that axe out of the oven. Okay. Sorry about that. Let's have a chat with the missus. Okay, let's let this cool down a bit before we take it out of the mold that we made. So we'll continue sculpting. I'd say it's one of the big takeaways, though, from my journey, my story, is that you should always follow those fun, simple ideas you have and like put action towards them. We all have those ideas, you know. Oh, it would be cool if blank, or you know what would be fun, blank. Don't just let it just be. It's like those are the things we should really act on, because you never it doesn't have to turn into something, but it can, you know. It can. It can't if you don't put action towards it. Oh, hey. Gifted sub.
Welcome, new adventurer, to a land of great deeds and bravery. Thanks be to our recruiter for their wise choice.
Sometimes the gifted sub pop-up just doesn't automatically trigger. Sorry about that. Thank you so much there, Frozen. As long as Twitch hasn't raised the prices yet. Yeah, I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. The good news is I'm getting 70% of that gifted sub now. So even if they do raise the price, it's percentage based, so it's just more coming my way. So appreciate it, man. Thank you very kindly.
Listen closely, traveler, to what I say. Twitch Prime does not even cost a dime.
Omni, hey, thank you so much for the Prime sub 3 months in a row. Thanks for sticking with me. Thanks for supporting my work. I appreciate it. Miles. Oh, okay. Over off of YouTube. Wonderful. I can definitely say that the decision to start multi-streaming has been nice. We've gained a lot of new kingdom members that we probably would have not found if I had not been doing that. Yeah, appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah, especially on YouTube, because that's a smaller, that one's much smaller. Helps the algorithm feed the stream to other people. YouTube is very much algorithm driven. Twitch is more of a browsing scenario, you know, where people just browse around, but the way people browse on YouTube is the recommended page. I'm sure I do this too. I just look at the recommended page and then I refresh it a million times till I find something to watch. I imagine that's how most people use YouTube. Didn't mean to do that face. What's up, Jay Skellington? How you doing? Watch 2 seconds of a channel and the algorithm thinks you want more. Well, actually, I think it probably, if you watch, the more time watched, the more it thinks you like it, and the more it wants to serve you content like that, because it doesn't want you to stop watching. The algorithm's goal is to keep you on their app as long as possible. Negative result. Yeah, exactly. Hello, food morning. Something on the brain there, Tech? How you doing? Somebody get this person some food. They're obviously hungry. It's funny. Yes, twisted wire armature. This particular one has been reinforced. You can see this black stuff is it's a steel stick. It's a steel reinforced epoxy because of the size of him. So, and then we bulk out the larger areas with foil, and then we lay clay over that. And that's how we get to where we're at here, one layer at a time. We got about 30 minutes till our interview with Cosclay. About 30 more minutes. It's a hard area to work in. So the makers of this clay that we use here, Cosclay, are joining us for a live Q&A session. So this is something we've done. I think we've done it pretty consistently once a year since I started using this clay. So they're just great people to be around and to talk to and get some FaceTime with the creator of this wonderful material. It's usually Arnold is the maker of the clay and the head honcho, and Alex is his right-hand man. Arnold and Alex. So the materials that I'm touching, or the part that I'm touching, has been solidified, hardened, so we don't have to worry about messing anything up. And it's also made out of Cosclay, so it's like a rubber, it's a rubber like material. See that? So even if you were to drop it, be no problem. That's really cool. Who's hosting this discussion? It's gonna be right here, so all you gotta do is just stick around 30 more minutes and we'll do a call with them, and I'll be the unconventional host. How hard do you want us to push for you as Cosclay paste spot? No, we don't need any of that. Trust me when I say we're quite content with the way we are working with them, so. Yeah, I do appreciate it. Plus, last time I checked, peer pressure isn't a catalyst for business decisions, and maybe amongst peers, but not in the business world. Come on, everybody's doing it. I mean, I guess it is kind of. That's arguable. No good business decision was done in a peer pressure setting. Unions. Yeah, right. It's about sending a message. Creativity challenge, CNOT versus Cosclay dudes. I'm playing the co-op version of this game of life, not the versus version. So I'm out. Sounds like communism. Maybe not on a government level, okay? But as an individual. On an individual level. I've always wanted, I'm sure a lot of you guys watch YouTube artists too, or if you haven't, it's a pretty tight-knit group of them, and I've seen them do like this guy named 1000 did a painting collab between like all these different YouTube artists, and they would each paint like a section of the painting and then send it off, and I actually really enjoyed watching that. So it would be cool to do something similar, maybe from in the sculpting world version, you know. The problem is I just don't. I know a few people, but I'm kind of a antisocial guy, so I need to work on that and to connect more with my fellow sculptor content creators. A bot bash challenge. Well, if we work with polymer clay, we could each finish a section and then bake it before you send it, you know, or Cosclay in general. Then you don't have to worry about the shipping it over and over again. But like, yeah, because of the clay works in like a modular way like that, you can essentially there'll be the one guy where it'll probably be me where the project tips over in the oven and burns. But hey, that adds some drama to the story, right? What if... Yeah, I don't know what the format would be, because we would need some sort of a canvas maybe, right? So, yeah, I don't know. Would it be like a base model character, like the Minotaur, and then each person does a part of the equipment? Or I don't know. Or starting with a base model without detail or anything, like a humanoid base model, and then you break it up into each like limb, you know, torso, head, arms, legs, something like that. That could end up pretty cool. So build an armature with like a very just generic silhouette base model. The scale is going to be a challenge. Something like that. Oh, I see, Corn. Yeah, so like parts are made and then sent to one place to be combined together. So make a base model, make it modular so it comes apart, and then send off the limbs to each person. And they have to design the limb. And then it... No, actually, I don't like that. Because when you work on it one at a time and you have the whole composition in front of you, you can make decisions based on that, and that's better, I think. You can see like kind of how things are going, because you could end up with just a complete like stuff that just doesn't even go together, or looks too like crowded or cluttered. I don't know. I think starting with a base model and then like drawing like permanent marker lines and splitting it up into sections and then just going from there. Yeah. The problem is like I said, I don't know if there's enough traditional, and I mean that works on like the YouTube platform. I don't know if that works as well on the like live streaming side. But it's a fun idea. So okay, so first step, grow our YouTube channel. Then we can start doing the that kind of fun stuff. I am on YouTube, yeah, but I'm not big on YouTube. I'm not very known there for sure. What we need to do is we need somebody, actually, you know what? We need someone who's already established to kick things off. That's what we need. I couldn't run it. I couldn't be the one to run that operation. Maybe like Ace of Clay or Jazza or something. But I don't really know those guys, so they could do the idea, but I don't know if I would make the list. Brush. Let's give this a brushing, and then we're gonna do some texture brushing. Use this brush here and add some cloth texture. Got about 20 minutes, folks, before our interview. Well, you want to actualize the idea? Yeah, we would have to reach out to, like I said, we would have to reach out to one of them YouTubers that works with clay. One of the bigger ones. Plant the seed. The idea seed. Oh yeah. We could try. Okay. Gonna go in the oven. And let's take a look at this axe now. We're gonna carefully remove this outer shell and see how things look. And then we'll be able to essentially cast a duplicate. Okay, hold on. Just kidding. We're gonna wait. We're gonna wait to do that. Because of time here. You can, yeah. So let me explain that function here. There's a liquid medium that Cosclay came out with called C1 separator. And what this does is you paint it on any hardened Cosclay surface. It dries and creates a barrier that the clay will not stick to. And it's really effective. So what I did is I had sculpted this face of this axe. It's all sculpted and detailed under there. I baked it, and then I painted this solution on there, and then just smushed a layer of clay on the front of this and baked it again. So now I'll be able to peel or remove that, and it'll leave it like a perfect indentation of that side of the axe. Then I can take that form, paint more of this on there, let it dry, and then just start smushing clay in there, fill it up, bake it, and then I have a duplicate. So I'll save myself like 3 or 4 hours of work just doing that instead of having to sculpt the whole other side by hand from scratch. So show you some again. You can reuse it, yeah, exactly. So let's see here. I mean, here's a perfect example. I have all these skulls here. These were all sculpted just one time here, and I just did that exact process and duplicated them. So now I have an axe mold. Yeah, exactly. And this is see those buttons right here? So instead of sculpting those twice, I sculpted it once and then just did this little duplication, and now I have that. What else we got in here? Another skull. This right here was a skulls with the little like wheat on the outside. I used that for the Warhammer piece. So this one I sculpted it one time. I created one mold, and then I used that one mold to create 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 duplicates. Then I created another mold to combine them all together and make a. Now this one makes 5 at a time. So. It's like rubber. So the baked Cosclay is like rubber. That's why you can do this, is you can bend it like rubber. So if it was a rigid material, you wouldn't be able to do stuff like this. Here's another one. This is the Oni piece. Made these little guys here. Got a few of those. Eyeballs. An eyeball. I think that was for the Lich. And so all you need is the clay and the separator solution. That's all you need to make that happen. Really quick and easy way to like duplicate detail. Or, you know, when you have symmetrical parts like knee pads or shoulders. Because you can do this directly on the character too. And then wouldn't recommend for resin use though, too opaque for resin molds. What do you mean? And then you can also use this solution to make characters' equipment and stuff detachable. So this whole back panel I sculpted right on the character. But before I did that, I painted this on the whole back, and that allows me to I have these little pieces holding it, but this comes off now. See that? So this is cured and baked, and you can do this. Can be used for all kinds of different reasons. The reason I did it on this model is this character is going to have lights going up to his head. He's going to have his eyes glowing, and then these stones in his helmet will be glowing as well. So I have to run LED wiring up the character So by having these removable, I can just be really sloppy about it and just cut a nice deep channel through the back here, and then just put the panel back on. I can even paint it, you know, I can even do the painting, paint it all separately, and then glue it together after the painting's done. I'll also do the same for the back of his head. I'll paint that stuff on there, sculpt his hair in the back of his head, and then bake it, and then be able to remove that like a little cap. Like I said, this is something I really need to start playing with more, because if I do this to all the armor pieces on a character, the paint job becomes immediately insanely easier, because you know, one of the time-consuming parts of a paint job is doing all these seam lines between, you know, making these nice clean lines between the metal and then the character, you know. So did that for the class project. You put the C1 separator on the old man's head, then sculpted the hat around it. Yeah. Yep, it's just something I gotta mess with more, because it's all the C1 separator is a time saver. That's what it is. You either save time by making parts detachable, or you save time by duplicating parts that you would normally have to sculpt by hand over and over again. So far in the Minotaur, I've used it quite a bit. So we've got the we got these little medallions here, these little rivets I duplicated 4 times, or no, 8 times. So let's see, they're over there. I also duplicated this little emblem here over to here, and then on his belt I showed you these ones. I duplicated them and then I kind of carved into them to make those little runes. And then these little guys on the belt I duplicated quite a few times. So it's a time saver, that's for sure. And now we're using it on the axe. Just want to put those little pieces of clay kind of holding it in place. You can rinse, yeah, so after if you want the surface to allow clay to stick to it, you just rinse the surface. It's a water soluble solution, so that means water will remove it. Really great stuff there. I think there's a ton of unlocked potential there that a lot of people haven't really explored. I've explored it a bit, but there's definitely more exploring to do. So, all right, we got a little bit of time here. I'm gonna throw on the "Be Right Back" screen. We got a few minutes, and then we will start with the Q&A. So, go grab yourself a drink and get ready with your questions, and we will get this switched over to interview mode. So, I'll be right back. All right. Let me get you guys unmuted here. Right. All right. Let's hear if we can hear you here. Test 1, 2.
Yep.
Perfect.
Hello.
All right.
Got both of us?
Yes. Loud and clear.
Fantastic.
Perfect. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're here for our annual check-in at Cosclay headquarters. So,
Yes.
I guess we should start with just a quick introduction for you guys, just for new people that might have not been here for the last one. It seems like we've been on a nice year rhythm here. Of course, this one was delayed because time just, man, it's just been, I don't know about you guys, but it feels like
It just flies.
someone's on the fast forward button. So anyways, so let's just start with a good introduction to you two, and then we'll jump into just going from there. So
I'll start with me. I'm Arnold Goldman, the owner and inventor of Cosclay. Hello, everybody. And Alex, you can.
Cool. I'm Alex Made. I'm the creative director over at Cosclay.
Yes. And Monster Makers
And Monster
too. Yes, we're running two companies here.
all right, cool. Yep. And okay, so you guys just got back from Monster Palooza, correct? That's what
We did.
Me and Alex were talking about that.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
It was amazing. Yeah, it's a really great show.
Yeah, so you guys were there like displaying for the first time, right? Or have you displayed before?
First time since 2015.
Oh, okay. All right.
Stuff there, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, and this time we have a new partner called Mold Life, and Mold Life is based in the UK. They're in the London area. It's I would call them, how I would describe the company. It's essentially they have a special effects branch of molding and casting compounds, specialty compounds for the movie effects trade, and just anybody in the area that makers of the world, or of the British world, I should say. And so we recently entered into an agreement where they would have exclusive distribution there in London, and also in Los Angeles. So, and that's for both. It's exclusive for Monster Clay, but they are also distributors of Cosclay as well. They don't have an exclusive on it right now, but
okay,
they certainly do carry quite a bit of it.
That's cool.
For those people that are part of the stream, the Twitch stream, that happen to be in the UK, look them up. It's,
okay.
moldlife.co.uk.
Moldlife.co.uk. Is it on your guys' international distribution list?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah, if you want to.
It might even be moldlife.net.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what they're.
I think they adjusted. They have two sites. I think the .net is the special effects branch. The other one they handle like a variety.
Right,
of,
and then
industrial
for those on the West Coast that are interested in Cosplay products, you can get them locally through Mold Life LA.
Yeah,
They have an LA branch. So they're out in Monrovia, California. So if anybody's out near Monrovia, you can contact Brandon through the website. What is their website?
that one's Mold Life USA.
moldlifeusa.com.
Okay. Colleen just linked it in the chat. It's moldlife.net. So I guess let's, okay. So that is the first question and answer I wanted to remove from the table, which is always a common one, is the international distribution topic as far as like availability and all that stuff. So if there's anything new about that, or just kind of give everyone the rundown of how that. I tell them all the time how it all works, but it's always nice to hear it. So yeah.
So a couple new developments is that we're coming out with a 4-ounce size. So and that is already happening in one chain that is in Hobby Lobby. We can mention that.
Okay.
They have a limited selection of colors. Unfortunately, they don't have the popular medium gray, but they do have some doll colors, the two glow in the darks, and black and white. Presumably you could make gray if you wanted to, but if you wanted to sample the product and you just didn't want to spend as much on a pound, they're the first ones that have introduced or have begun distribution on the 4-ounce.
That's half of this.
Quarter.
Yeah.
quarter of that.
Oh,
so that's
Oh,
the
that's your 8 ounce?
No,
Is that your 8 ounce?
that's the 8 ounce.
The 8
Yeah.
ounce. It's
Yeah.
hard for me to tell. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
so it is one half of that.
There we go. That's better.
Yeah, that tells you. Well, now, it's all perspective.
Yeah, right.
It's the way you look at life. It's all perspective.
Uh-huh.
So I think that's a pretty big happening in our company is finally getting to the 4 ounces. Now, we have them coming. We're waiting for one more machine, but I would say by fall, it's likely that you'll start to find them on our site, particularly available. And we'll be doing quite a range in 4s. I don't know if we're going to be doing the ever popular Cosclay Sculpt medium in that, but we may. To start, I think we'll have a limited range of colors. But that gives people an opportunity to try it without having to invest in a whole pound, you know.
Right.
So if you're just looking to test it out, that's a pretty good way to do it.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Affordably.
That's cool that you guys are starting to kind of get into bigger stores like Hobby Lobby.
Yes.
And, yeah, because that means we're on the radar at least, and demand is there enough. So.
Yeah, and then as far as European distribution, I would look towards Mold Life in the UK. I think they're sort of limited right now. I think that's the agreement, is that they're limited to Great Britain, but I feel like people will begin to understand that it is coming if there's a smaller size. The awareness will be there. And I think once we do drop the 4 ounce, then it'll be a lot easier for customers, distributors, I should say, and for the customers in Europe to get Cosclay more readily. And obviously the reason is that the distributors out there do have a difficult time with the larger sizes.
Yeah.
Because they, right now we did change up our sales structure on those. So we have been seeing a little bit more interest in it. But I think once the 4 ounces hit, you'll see a pretty wide distribution come back into it. It might be slow, but it will happen.
Right.
For those of you on the stream that are in Europe, that is good news for you.
That is very good. Cool. So that kind of takes care of that question. So I guess let's go into the range of if there's anything new other than distribution stuff with Cosclay coming down the pipeline or anything.
Yes.
Yeah.
Always.
All right. Always. Yeah.
So a couple things of note. There is a product that I've developed and it's finally ready. It's called Cosclay Light. So this is something that is extremely useful for bulking out your characters and making so because Cosclay is a pretty dense medium, and you can do two things with this. You can actually mix it directly into the Cosclay, your standard sculpt, or any of the colors to reduce the weight, or you can sort of bulk out. You can use foil as your base, as I think you do, Chris.
Yep.
A lot of times you'll just bulk it out with foil. And then if you wanted to, just to get, if you want to get a nice stable base on there, you can just do a thin layer of this light material, and that'll allow you the Cosclay to grab on right away. You might not even have to use the adhesive, the C2 adhesive.
Right.
Although that isn't a terrible idea in any case.
I always do it as just an insurance policy. Like even though the clay will probably stick to foil, I just put the glue on no matter what. It actually
doesn't stick to foil that well. To be honest, it doesn't stick to metal that well.
Right.
So putting the adhesive on that you have been doing, that is the correct way to do it.
Okay.
To get that adhesiveness, and it is the good. You're right. It is a good insurance policy. But if you want to lighten up your sculpture because you're doing a large piece, yes, you can. You can
like
do foil and
a dragon wing like this. Right so,
yes. You could actually make the whole thing out of Cosclay Light. It doesn't quite have the green strength. Although I do need to do a little bit more testing on.
I was going to ask that. Yeah, how is the like the the sculptability of it? I imagine it'd be softer to work with.
It is much softer, and that's
Yeah,
the point, is
yeah.
that you want to be able to work with it. It is much softer.
Right.
But there, some people could sculpt with it, and you could get some.
Right.
If you get the hang of it, yeah, there isn't any reason that you couldn't sculpt with it the same way that you sculpt with the Sculpt
Okay,
version
that's good.
for
That's
any of
good
the
to know.
cars. So it's really nice. I spent a lot of time on it, and you can't really tell, but it's half the weight, literally almost exactly half the weight of our standard Cosclay.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
so that's.
I heard whispers of this coming out because people kept coming into the stream saying that they were getting free samples sent in with their
Yeah, put that
Cosclay
on.
order.
We did
So-
send some. We did send some initial samples out to about 50 lucky lucky customers. The first 50, I think, and we sent them out. We didn't give a ton of information about it when we sent it. We just wanted to see what people thought, and some
Yeah.
people were a little bit puzzled. They just were, because it was just a gift, you know.
Right.
And so they're still wrapping their heads around, and I think slowly they'll get to it. The one issue, it was sort of not even really a soft launch. It was just sort of a test launch.
Get it?
Just to get
Soft
some
launch.
Soft launch, it's softer. Yeah, it's a softer. That's kind of, light launch.
Yeah.
So we did get a little bit of feedback, other than a few people being kind of mystified about it. They had to sort of dig into it to kind of figure out why they got it, but they didn't pay attention that they were getting, first 50 customers were getting samples. So that was a surprise. Some people were just surprised. They didn't pick up on that. And then the second thing was, which is more critical, is that it's just a little bit too sticky. So we have to make a slight adjustment on it. That isn't a problem. So anybody that got it and thought, oh, this is great, but it's a little kind of sticky, probably within the realm of acceptability, but I'm very particular. So I probably want to pull that back just a little bit, and then it'll be ready for the wide launch.
It seems like in my experience with polymer clays, the softer they are, the stickier they are. And it seems to correlate. The firmer they are, the less sticky they are. So
yeah, it does. And it is, from a formulator standpoint, it is kind of a little bit of sometimes a hard issue to tackle, because to counter the stickiness, you have to add other things to it. And when you add other things to it, it sort of moves it in a different direction, potentially, if you're not careful.
It's like a give and take, maybe takes away flexibility or something. You know?
Well, not so much that. It can dry it out and affect
shelf life.
the smoothability of the clay. It could maybe make a little bit, like when you run your fingers through it, it might feel a little bit what's the word we use? When you run your finger, you get that effect. It shreds a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Like,
yeah.
Fracture.
It fractures a little bit. So, but we're so particular. we're so particular about this. What I'm describing, other people might not pick up on. It's subtle, but it could be overt and obvious if we go too far with the recipe in some ways to try to counter that stickiness. But generally speaking, it's not a hard problem to fix.
Well, I'm really excited for that, because I've been pushing the limits of Cosclay, and
I see.
That's always been the engineering challenge, is doing really big, like, wingspans or capes.
Oh yeah.
And having to engineer them a lot, so that way they're not sagging or, because of the weight, so.
Exactly.
Or
I
can imagine I do a lot of characters that are standing on like 1 foot and ankles not very thick. So the less weight there is, the less like engineering I have to do to make it not want to topple over. So
right. So you're talking to, it's kind of, this is a very interesting discussion, because we're making the stuff here and trying to anticipate your challenges of what you're describing, and how when you work with it, we want to sort of build in the most workable user experience and user-friendly experience that we can. And since I sculpt and I think about these things too, I'm trying to understand like so here's my dragon. I show this all the time, but these wings aren't as big as some of the ones that you've made. You want to put that on the thing. And there's an example of where that's got some challenges that you would encounter, and I have to do the engineering. So I'm sort of thinking of the same solutions and possibilities, but in my case, I'm kind of working on the engineering, the back end of this, and you're the user experience.
Right.
So you're on the front end where you're actually out in the field, and then you're the one that's sort of proving the
Proof of
way
concept.
it's going to work. Proof of concept.
Yeah.
You're confirming, and that's why it's helpful too when we get feedback from people, especially like you who are using it every day.
Right.
We can listen, and we do listen and make changes. So that's interesting to me, the way you're talking about your challenges to make a big wingspan, something like that, because you have to approach it by the framework, the understructure.
Yep.
You have to understand almost like an architect of sorts, or an engineer.
Right.
How am I gonna look at this so that I'm looking at the finished product and where I need to go, and I know the shapes and I know what it may look like, but I don't really understand thoroughly because until I do it, right? You have quite a bit of experience. Like maybe it's something new, and so it presents new challenges for you and how you're going to solve those problems, right?
Exactly.
It's fun too.
I know. Yeah. Well, and it's just like
It's a challenge
because I build things like layer by layer or modular.
Right.
So I have to like anticipate. Oh, right now it's standing great on this armature, but later down the road when I'm piling on more layers, you know, I need to make the frame strong enough for that layer, not the beginning. So.
Yeah.
Right.
That'll definitely help with that. I can't wait to get my hands on that stuff. So.
Oh, the light. Yeah, well, Jeff, you're going to be one of the first ones to. Matter of fact, you probably should have said I didn't think of it to send you a sample of that. We'll get one out to you. But we're going to need to send you more than just a little block.
Right.
So.
Yeah, and I've been using a lot. So probably over the last year or two, I've been really getting familiar with the C1 separator, and I think this is probably one of the most underutilized.
I agree.
Like powerhouse weapons here. I sculpted this axe here, right here, and right now that's a layer. That's the mold layer on top. So I saved myself. It probably took me 3 or 4 hours to sculpt that side of the axe. So instead of sculpting the other side from scratch, I'm just going to duplicate it and save myself the 3 or 4 hours. Or I was just showing them like this guy right here. I don't know if you can see that. I made the whole back plate come off. So.
All right. You're using it in every way you can.
So that way, because I'm going to do LED lights in here, so I need to drill through all of this. So by making this come off, I can just do that work and then just cover it up at the end. But I was thinking I could do this with every project, make all the armor come off, and then when I go to paint it, I don't have to do all the the edging. You know, that's the most time-consuming part. So I have plans to push it even further than before.
I'm really glad to hear that, because truthfully, it is way underused, and I'm trying to push the bounds of that myself. But what I like there is you're using that in a way, and I hope people understand that when you use that product and you say you have that the body, for example, before the armor's on there, you are literally just painting a layer of C1 separator on there. You're allowing it to dry. I use a hair dryer. I put a couple layers down.
Yeah, I've been using the heat gun, and it works great.
Or heat gun. Hair dryer is probably a little bit
safer. Yeah, right.
Yeah, but so then you're going to sculpt directly on it as though that layer isn't even there.
Right.
Right. Like say you were just adding in the armor, but the armor, if you were to then bake the piece in, like you're doing your stage baking, if you were to bake it with that new piece attached, normally when you'd remove it from the oven, they'd be stuck together.
Right.
But because you're baking these two things together and you've got the barrier between, the C1 between, then you are pulling it off, and now it's captured perfectly like a mold, essentially, of the body form.
And it's a
so you can show
fit.
that how and it's a seamless fit. And if you put registration marks in there and you don't want it to shift, you could put, if you needed to, you may not, because the form is just very specific form. It'll just drop right in place.
That'd be the next level for sure. Yeah.
You could lock it in place and make little snaps, with plastic. snaps or little hooks or whatever,
Take like
so
a
it
drill
grab-
bit and drill some
Yeah,
holes and make some
exactly.
key marks. Yeah.
You key mark, you could key it in. You
Right.
could key it in. And that's where you get into like ball jointed dolls, and you make things that are animated, and you can move around, and a lot of people are doing that and then taking advantage of the C1 that way. Another way, and this is a more complex thing that I'm still working on, is theoretically, and I've tried this to some extent, but I believe it'll work very well, is you could literally disassemble your piece. Say you have a full statue.
Right.
You could theoretically, because when you make the molds out of more or when you make the piece against it in cosplay, that can act as a mold in itself. So you can, like you're doing, is put more C1 in that and do your press and make copies, right? And that's what you've been doing with your rivets and
Right. Yeah. So like
various
any pretty much any accessory that I'm adding that I know I'm gonna make another one of, I just make the Cosclay mold essentially because it saves time, and then also I'm slowly building this like inventory of little bits. Yeah. So.
Yeah. You could have a library, and I do have this.
Right.
I've made a
Me
library
too.
where
Yeah.
I just go around and I'll take a piece of Cosclay and push it up against a rivet, right? And then sometimes I'll go outside. I think I might have told this story already, where I have a little box, a metal box that fits in my pocket, and I'll put layers of sheets of Cosclay in there, right? And then I'll put a piece of wax paper between the layers. So I might have 5 or 6 of these sheets in this little box that I put in my pocket, and I'll go outside and I'll take a walk in the in the park. And if I see a interesting object or a texture on a tree or something like that, or something natural like some stone effects, I'll bunch up the Cosclay, make it wad it into a ball, and press it onto that. And as long as it doesn't have too many undercuts, you can just pop it right off.
Right.
And it has good green strength. Then I'll drop it into the box so it doesn't get damaged when I put it in my pocket.
And
then when I get home, I have a bunch of these little things that I'll bake in the oven, and they're all live, real textures from outside.
Right.
And I'll even do that in the building. I'll see something like a rivet or a bolt or something that I love, and I'll just press it up against there, and I'll just throw it, in the oven later on. I have a little tabletop oven, and I have this whole library, like pages, put them in plastic pages in a binder, if they're flat enough. And you've got all these things. Well, here's my collection of rivets. Here's my collection of bolt heads.
It reminds me of what got me on this way of thinking is looking at digital artists and how they work. And that's how they work. They have have texture stamps, essentially, like an inventory of them. And they just, and... and
that's the other thing, is you can make little textures in Cosclay that you can then use, and maybe you put it. I would do things like put it on the end of a dowel rod and just glue it on there. It's a sort of a mold, essentially, of a rivet, say, for example. And I'll just go right up against my sculpture, and I'll put a little piece of clay like inside of there. Yeah. And usually if you use a little bit of cornstarch inside of there, it'll help kind of release it. Right. And I just dot it onto the area that I want, and it comes right off of the dowel rod, the mold that's on there, and it sticks right on my sculpture. It's like, boom, I have like an instant rivet. I don't even have to bake it yet. I know. So there's a couple different ways of doing it. Yeah. But what I was going to say, and I don't want to hog too much on this, but I'm so excited about this, is you theoretically could make a mold in multiple pieces, because Cosclay is self-supporting, right? Yeah. So if you wanted to do a face, you could mold a face this way, right, of one of your characters, and bake them together and pull off the face mold, and then do the same thing for the entire piece. You would have all these section molds that you'd have to put together, and you could reassemble it. And not only could you just pack the Cosclay in there, that's one way of doing it, but we have liquids now that we're going to talk about in a little bit here. All right. That are different firmnesses. So you could, that one of which replicates Cosclay very closely. You can pour that into a heated mold, kind of the way they make vinyl toys. They use metal molds, but instead of a metal mold, you're using a Cosclay mold in the same manner. You heat it up. Okay, you got to use gloves and everything. Okay. Heat it up to get it to temperature. Put it on your table. Take the liquid Cosclay, pour it in there. Okay. Swirl it around. Yeah. Well, you might not even need to swirl it around, but yes, you could do that. And what happens is the heat is going to cause it to gel. So we'll
Ah.
build up a layer, an even layer, kind of like when you make a latex mask. That's
or like wax dipping or something. Kind
Oh
of
yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Any way you can, so it deposits an even layer on the inside because it ultimately will cure the two different ones that I'm going to reference here in a bit. Either Cosclay, regular Cosclay, right, the standard Cosclay. It'll be a hollow. What you're going to do is put it back in the oven after it gels. You have to drain it, put it back in the oven to finish curing, because now you have an even layer deposit on the inside of the mold.
Okay.
Then you're going to get a hollow piece like a doll head. And when you demold it, because you have the C1 separator in there, when you demold it, it comes right out. Now you've replicated an entire head. Could you imagine how long it would take you to sculpt that head over again?
Right. Yeah, I had this thought just recently about trying to do like full, like even like I have these like little chess pieces here, these little guys.
Yep.
You know, like just molding the whole thing with Cosclay, like, but
you
just
could do
like
a two-piece mold on that.
right, exactly, yeah, like 2-piece mold, and you could just like you could sculpt it exactly how you want it with the Cosclay. So
and
even,
if it comes out with some flaws, then you would just get it out of the oven and go, oh, these are easy to correct because
Yeah.
I'm just going to take
Add
Cosclay
clay.
and
Right.
add or delete or change it. It's
Right.
nothing.
exactly,
It's a little bit of extra time.
and the end result's flexible, unlike resin. So
Yeah.
yeah, wow, that's pretty awesome. I didn't
They
know.
kind of,
Yeah.
it gets you excited when you think about these things.
Well, and so someone asked in chat about if there's a liquid Cosclay that we could pour and make molds with. So that answers that one. So is that
Do we want to get into that now or
yeah?
talk
Let's
about the liquid Cosclay?
let's go ahead and jump
I know we
into
got a lot of questions, so I don't want to hog the time for the questions, but
let's jump into the liquid mediums, and then we'll do any direct questions. So everyone in the
Okay.
audience, hold your direct questions. We'll talk about the liquid mediums, and then we'll just start running through questions.
These are the three. Now, what's notable about this? I'll have, instead of holding them up like this, I'm gonna have Alex put them under the camera so you can show them. Okay, and I'll talk to you a little bit about what these are and how so these are new in terms of, just put the three. Yeah, if we could put the three. Oh, sorry.
Get a
Let him get the
focus
focus
on
going there. While he's doing that, the concept here is we did originally launch a liquid Cosclay a couple years ago. And when we originally launched it, we were trying something a little bit different. And it ended up being really a stretchy medium. And I think we kind of missed the mark on it, to be honest with you. But people found uses for it and it was very interesting. It's almost like a kind of a creepy crawler type of material. But so when we went and decided to, we always knew we were going to reformulate and relaunch it, I think. So what we've done now is we've taken the liquid Cosclay concept and we've broken it into three mediums. And so you can see right here, starting in the center, you see it says FlexFlow liquid. It says FlexFlow liquid polymer. That is your Cosclay liquid. So when you use that liquid, whether you're using it in a mold or free pouring it and whatever it is, when you bake it, the result is essentially Cosclay.
Just
Same
like
density,
just like the clay.
Exactly.
Okay. Oh,
exactly.
that's awesome.
But in liquid form.
Okay.
So that is correct. That is the correct product of actual liquid Cosclay.
The flex
okay?
flow. Okay.
Yes. So as we are relaunching it, that's this one here.
That's
Liquid-
that's
liquid-
on my radar for sure.
Yeah, liquid Cosclay. Okay. Now the next one, let's put up the firm effects because I think that's the next one that's exciting too. This liquid firm effect. So what this is doing, it's taking the liquid Cosclay and we're providing a firmer grade. The result is a firmer clay. Essentially, it's liquid, but when it cures, here we go. Forgot about it. Let me show you. This would be like the liquid Cosclay.
Oh,
You can see how
wow.
this bends. I mean, maybe Alex, you could bend this in front of the camera.
Is that the firm effects one?
Now, this one here you're showing should bend it. This is not the firm effects. This is the liquid. Put that in front of the liquid Cosclay.
Okay.
Pull that liquid flex flow out to show it as liquid flex flow. It's clear, but it can be tinted, and we may have some tinted versions too.
Wow.
So yeah, so bend it so you can show it how it bends. So that's very much like Cosclay. Okay. Now the next one is called Firm Effects.
Okay.
So you want to show the disc and the Firm Effects. So you'll see when he bends this, and you might want to zoom in a little bit, Alex, if you can. There we go. Okay. Now show how that bends on profile. See, it's much stiffer. See that? It's bend it again, right like that. So you see a good angle. It's tougher.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
much
wow.
tougher.
Wow.
But still flexible. So that's Firm Effects.
The clarity on that's awesome. So
Yeah, we really have good clarity, and we've also worked on the some of these do tend to yellow when they're clear, and we've
Right.
worked very hard to counter this yellowing. You may get a little bit. It depends on how you bake it. You have to be careful how you bake these things. So that covers the standard Flex Flow, Liquid Cosclay, and the Firm Effects.
okay.
Cosclay Liquid. Now we have one more, which is, here's another one you can show with some glitter in it. This gets back to what we had introduced as originally
The creepy crawler
as
stuff.
as liquid Cosclay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's some colors and things. Now this is like really flexible and somewhat stretchy. We call it stretch effects, but it's not as stretchy as the original. You can bend that and show that's just poured into a.
Wow, that's like silicone, pretty much.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So
Similar texture.
similar texture too. And that's called stretch effects. So that's the other end of the spectrum. If you were going to make a chart and go from softest to firmest, obviously the stretch effects would be the softest. The Flex Flow would be in the middle as just liquid Cosclay.
Right.
And then the Firm Effects goes beyond that. And
It's just more rugged. Yeah.
yeah, we have a fourth one that we're going to wait on. That's really rigid. I mean, really goes way beyond what Cosclay is because it's like super
Rubber
hard.
mallet density kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
probably even harder than that.
Right. Okay. All right.
Like more like almost like a plastic. But
Interesting.
that's we'll have to check to see what the interest level is on that. But
Right.
these three I think are going to be the most useful, and these are the right
Yeah,
ones.
I'm just having like a million different ideas of like
Yeah.
ways to refine my process just with that stuff. It's like, oh
We'll
my
get
goodness.
those. We'll
Yeah.
get those in your hands.
All right.
We'll get those in your hands so you can understand what those are about.
All right.
Now, when I was describing this whole process of making a replication of one of your pieces
hmm
entirely, that would be on your side where you would have to engineer how these molds would be put together.
Right.
And remember, Cosclay can actually be made as a mold, a self-supporting mold. So you
Right.
could theoretically have a collection of all these molds that if you were to put them all together, you'd have the whole piece. But I'd probably recommend, doing it in sections. Like mold the head, mold the
Yeah.
chest.
Kind of
mold the legs,
like how bronze
Like-
sculptures look. You know, where they got
model.
like not that much sectioning, but you know what I mean. Yeah. Like 3-piece mold
Mo-
maybe.
model kit form.
Right.
You
right.
think of it that way, that where you assemble it, put it all together, and you have these multiple pieces that you've
Oh, I
made
see.
copies of.
Okay.
So as a artist that's producing say in your case, most of these are one-off, right? You
Right.
make something,
Pretty much
put it on
all
the
of them.
shop.
Yeah, all of them.
All of them one-off. So you make it, you either have a customer that is interested in it, or you put it on a shelf for display for a while, and then you go on to your next piece. But if you were to set this up correctly, you literally could have a benchtop factory. All you need is the clay, the liquid, the separator, your hands, probably don't even need that many tools, and an oven.
Right.
And you're making copies of, if you engineer
Right.
it correctly.
You're
of everything.
producing exactly. Yeah.
Model
Exactly.
kits on your
Right.
desktop.
Right. Yeah.
I'll get
Without
into
without
that.
needing to use like toxic resins and stuff like that, you know, because it's
Right,
all
or metal
non-toxic.
molds,
Yeah.
or metal molds, or even
Yeah.
epoxy molds. Epoxy probably would work too.
Right.
But I'm going to get into this. This is just a kernel of an idea that I'm throwing out there. And as this whole thing evolves, my goal would be to actually make a mold and demonstrate it on your show
Okay.
how we do this.
Proof of concept. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm totally willing to dive into that realm and start
Cool.
creating something I was already talking about, I had this idea of one thought here before we jump into the questions, but of creating like modular characters where I've building this inventory of little skulls and pouches and things like that, and then eventually getting to this point where it's like you could have almost like a build your own character kit, and it's just like in a video game character design window where you have these pants, you know, this knee cap,
exactly.
You know, like
That's
in
cool.
building a character in a
Swap 'em
modular
out.
fashion like that. So if it would be me making it, I'd be able to make unique characters much faster than I would from scratch. And if it'd be someone else making it, it'd be like an intro into building their own character, getting a good looking finished result without needing the 10 years of skill just yet to get that same result. So so
At the very least, you could do replacement faces.
right,
Or easily and just
yeah,
pop them in, or replacement hands,
Exactly.
something of that nature,
Yeah.
where you have the essential character and you're just swapping out certain elements, or you could go even beyond that. So this is like a huge rabbit hole that I just went down.
I know.
And I have to slightly apologize because I'm very excited about this, and I tend to go down the rabbit hole.
So I can see a potential future of if this can actually catch on, that you would have to sell like gallon jugs of the liquid stuff or something like
It would
that.
have
So-
to be, it would have to be,
I'm into
it would
that.
have to be sort of scale it up in a way that may make it affordable, that people
Right.
sell the casting compound, the bakeable liquid.
Right.
But you can
or like
also,
quart size little tubs or something like that. 'Cause-
but there is a way to do it where you're just packing the clay. So
right.
you lay your molds, molds open.
That's how I do it right now with these little bits. Is you're just like really packing it in there, making sure there's no loss in detail, and it does a good job. Yeah.
So thinking in those terms, let's just say it was a face. So you'd lay the mold open. You'd make sure you put your separator into your mold,
Mhm.
say it's a 2-piece mold. Then you would run your clay through your pasta to get the sheet.
Yep.
Lay the sheet down, get it pressed in really nice so you don't miss any detail. You got to put a lot of pressure in there. And then when you put the mold together, before you do that, just make sure you line it with some of the liquid Cosclay for the seam, so that it grabs real nice.
Right.
And if you wanted to, you could even pack in some of the Cosclay light inside of there behind everything
To
so when you
create
put it
some
together,
structure. Yeah.
Yeah. And then maybe you want an attachment point where the neck would be, so you know that it's going to be able to attach onto something. You're making a bunch of them.
Right.
So if you had 10 of these molds laying out, think about how many heads you could make in an afternoon. You could produce hundreds of heads with very little effort.
That's what I do. What I do when I'm working is I'm continuing on the project, but on the side I got like little molds drying, and I'm filling them and baking them. Like it's like little in between activities. So while I'm continuing to work, it's like
if you extrapolate this a little bit and read into what we're talking about here, the concept itself is kind of groundbreaking, because up to this point there would be no real way to do such a thing with polymer clay. Just because you'd have to have metal molds, essentially, if you were making characters where they make them in China or wherever they're making these kind of really detailed characters.
Injection mold.
Injection molding, rotational molding, whatever. You have a desktop factory right there in front of you. Obviously, there is some time and engineering and thought that goes into how you produce the mold. But once you have it, you use it over and over and over again, because Cosclay you can bake kind of endlessly.
I've never gotten to a limit. So people always ask me all the time, like, how many times can you bake it? I'm like, I don't know. I've baked it many, many, many times, and it's still fine. So
so no metal molds. It's just an easy process. And if you just think about it a little bit, you start going, that is really got a lot of
lots of potential.
Yeah, a lot of potential. So sorry about that huge rabbit hole.
That's all right.
I almost regret going down there, but that's okay. I'm throwing it out there.
This is the kind of stuff we like to hear. So all right, let's transition here into questions. If you guys would go ahead and type your questions into the chat, and we'll go ahead and address them for the remainder of the time while we got these fellas here. So
All right.
Go ahead and
Fire away.
Yeah.
I'll try not to be too verbose.
What is the shrinkage ratio of the liquid after it dries?
0.
0. Just like all the other there's something to know about Cosclay. I think some polymers probably have shrinkage, but Cosclay, there's no shrinkage whatsoever. So.
No shrinkage, no expansion. It's 100. Even when it's a liquid, it's really 100% solids.
That's crazy. Yeah, I would
'Cause
expect there to be some
everything-
loss,
yeah.
but no.
No, because everything converts into whatever's in the mold. Like even if it's a liquid, you pour the excess out, whatever stays in the mold becomes your object. You don't lose anything. It's 100% solid. There's no evaporation rate. There's no shrinkage, expansion. What you put in is what you get out.
And that goes to the non-toxic factor too, because if there was a loss there somewhere, then something's going airborne and creating toxins and stuff.
So you are going to get, when you bake, especially with the liquids, this is something is worth mentioning. You will get some steam.
The
that
steam,
comes off
right?
of it.
Yeah. And it has a particular smell to it, but
it's
just
very,
crack a window open and
crack the window. Don't stay in the room. Put a fan in the window, whatever. If you're baking a lot of it, the more you bake, the more you put in your oven, the greater the amount. And depending on the temperature.
Oh, I know.
Too. Yeah, if you
put some pretty massive turkeys in there before.
Oh my God, yeah. But just know that the ingredients they really are non-toxic. I mean, you want to eat the stuff, and even the fumes. It's not good to like any kind of fumes or anything. Just ventilate it. Just don't. You know.
I do that. I close my kitchen. I have a door on my kitchen. I close it. And I just open both the windows, and that's how we do it. So
my wife complains. She's like, I don't really like that smell, but it's not that offensive, to be honest. It's just, it smells like it smells. So
she's been smelling it for like 15 years.
Yeah, she's been smelling it for 15 years. But honestly, I bake things in my home oven all the time. People do it. It's not a problem.
Yeah,
I do too. So, on a note for the Cosclay cruise, when advertising, I think some keynotes as to why Cosclay acts well as a mold is that the flexibility allows it to peel away, where stiff mode won't have as much literal wiggle room. I guess.
Yeah, that's a great question. So the Cosclay itself, just by virtue of the fact of what it is, it has some flexibility, and you remember, the thicker you make Cosclay, the more stiff it is, but it still has flexibility.
Right.
So if you think about how that works, and maybe the optimal thickness for a mold when you're using Cosclay might be kind of stay around the 1/4 inch max if you can.
Like two pasta machine thicknesses is probably good.
Somewhere in there, maybe a little bit bigger or a little thicker is okay too, when you have to fill in like voids and stuff like that. But so in that respect, it's self-supporting. So when you create a mold, that if you want to pack into it and then bake that, it's not going to warp or sag. Yeah. So it's self-supporting, which is what makes that allowable.
And if you're somebody that's operating on a budget too, and you can't get as much Cosclay as you'd like, you can also you could consider going really thin and then using some sort of other material to support. Whether it's like creating a sleeve over the Cosclay using like paper mache or something like that, something that would be oven safe. As
long as it's oven safe.
Yeah.
I suppose you could do. Because you're going into the Cosclay and the Cosclay's baking, you could back it with plaster. I would suppose that's possible.
Or a bucket of sand. So
anything that would support it,
right? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you're really going to get much sag unless it's so thin. But boy, even the thin stuff stays.
Oh yeah, you're right, because the structure of the whole shell would be supporting enough. So
here's a little ribbon I did. I made this little ribbon. You can put this under the thing, Alex. Thank you. So look at the delicateness of this, and turn it up too. Okay. So you see the end of it on the right, how that comes up like that. So when I put it in the oven, what you're seeing right there is exactly what went into the oven as it is. So when he lets it go, that's the shape. That's the shape I put in. If you turn it to the side, look how high up that goes. It looks like a little seahorse or something. I put that ribbon in exactly in clay is what you see cured. So that shows you how much green strength it has.
Right.
It doesn't sag, doesn't shrink, doesn't expand. What you put in the oven is what you get out.
Yeah, and the green strength's nice too, because another tip is you can put, if you have a really delicate piece and no way to set it without detail touching something, you can use polyester fiber fill and make a little pillow and put
that's a great idea.
Just put it right on there. It's oven safe at that temperature, and the green strength's strong enough that that fiber fill is not going to mess with the detail. So you can have literally the detail laying right on it, and it doesn't mess with it. So
it's really smart.
Yeah,
that's really smart.
We the stream helped me figure that out. I think it was Colleen that we were talking about, like different types of stuff to put it on, and we ultimately discovered that polyester fiber fill is oven safe to like 400 degrees or something, and I tried it.
Amazing.
Works great. Works great. Yeah. So.
So forget about the sand.
Yeah.
Forget about the sand.
Forget about the sand. Yeah, exactly.
Don't be putting sand in your
buckets
oven,
of sand in your oven. Yeah.
Not that it would be bad. It's just you'd have cleaning out sand all over the place.
Right. All right. So Fuzzy Bebum asks, for the liquid Cosclay, can you paint over the cured product with acrylic paint, or do you have suggestions on how to color it? Would it be adding color mixed media, or would it be adding color mixed in with the product before cure?
Okay, so there's a couple ways to do it. There's one artist, his name is Mike K. Viner. Look him up. He's he does these really cool, realistic, kind of oversized heads on a small body. It's kind of a style that's been around for a long time, kind of like the bobbleheads. But he does these super detailed. The faces are amazing. And what he does is he actually uses the colored cosplays that we sell. Like, for example, for a doll tone, for the head, we have a doll line. He'll use a particular shade. Okay, we have 8 different shades in the doll line. He likes to try to get all his color by mixing clays and getting it, and so it's not just monochrome and then painted. He actually gets as much of that into even the patterns and things that he makes. He'll use some different polymer clay techniques, to get the colors look, by blending the colors, and he'll get the color right in there. So that's one way to do it. I don't think he likes to paint. That's his preference. But for painting, if you actually want to paint, like in your case, you're painting everything. Yeah. So that's fine. You have a specific acrylic that you like. Yeah. And you use, but that's not the only one you can't. There are other mediums that will work. Urethanes can work, specific urethane paints. You can even color. We have something called C3 sealer. C3, it's called, now we have a gloss coat version. This is new. This is a very high, shiny, flexible, sticks like glue, doesn't change after you put it on. Very high gloss product called C3 sealer gloss coat. We'll also have a matte version of that, but this is the one we're offering now. And you can tint that, and you can tint it with acrylics if you want. But what's nice about this is it sticks like glue. And it's really, for Cosclay, it's
that has to be baked, right? It has to be baked.
No, it doesn't.
It dries just with air. Okay.
It can bake. You can bake it. Okay. And then you get an even stronger bond if that's even possible.
That's cool. So you can just paint. You could paint with acrylic and then just go over with that.
You could do it both ways. Yeah, okay. You could paint with acrylic and then go with this material over the top, and it's sealed.
That acts as a good base coat between paints as well. So if you had your baked Cosclay before you painted anything onto it, you put that onto it. It's less interaction between paints and stuff.
I would be interested to try that with enamel paints, because enamel paints notoriously have a reaction with polymer clay where they just are sticky for a long time before the reaction kind of finishes off. So I used to get around that by doing some sort of a coat of a varnish or something before putting the enamel on. So.
And that's what this would be
Right.
your barrier coat in that
E-
case.
Exactly. Yeah, that's cool.
I haven't tried it, so I can't
Yeah,
guarantee.
you got to
how it
experiment,
works.
right? Yeah, you have to
But
experiment.
then
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
presumably you would put this down first, then the enamel, and you could stop there.
Mm-hmm.
But you could further sandwich the enamel. This is if you happen to like the enamel paints,
Yeah.
and
Right.
then put this on top again.
I used
But
to
that-
really
that's
like.
just-
I used to really like the metallic enamels. That's why the only reason I even
right.
tried using them is because I just like how shiny they are. So, yeah.
Good.
We do have a list of compatible paints on our FAQ. We're always adding to different things.
Oh, okay,
And
that's
stuff
cool.
that reacts negatively too, so people can be aware. But
Mhm.
That's good. That's good. Okay, next question from Red Ticket. I love the Cosclay products since I have been introduced to them by CNET Stream. I have heard from some other sculptors that the original Kickstarter Cosclay was a lot firmer. Are there any plans to bring out a super firm clay?
Well, we're constantly getting asked this question. The answer is sometimes it's a little bit of it's just a formulation challenge, because if you're going and you want to get that really firm clay, it's a very specific kind of animal that people are asking for. And the risk with that is it can tend to be a little too brittle and crumbly, and people just don't get it, and they don't
Mhm.
want to work it. We try to make it, when it's fresh, it's always nice, of course, but as it sort of settles in and ages, it does need to be reconditioned. So there's sort of a balance there in terms of the way it's formulated, and it's a little challenging to get that and please everybody. It's like I want something that's extra firm.
Yeah.
And I guess people really love the Cosclay. I thought it was just a bit firm. And, again, you had it as well. It tended to be a little bit crumbly, and you'd have to kind of really work to condition it.
I still love and use my Kickstarter batch for specific details that are, it takes longer to condition, but once it's conditioned, you can do thin little strings that won't come apart and stuff like that.
It's worth putting the effort into it. And so the answer is yes, we probably will go one step further, but we're going to have to do some test marketing to see, to get the right balance.
Right.
The one thing I would comment about that firm clay that people seem to be interested in, and I like it too personally, is the processing of it. So my recommendation is, when we do get this, or for those that do have the firm grade already, the Kickstarter grade, we have a little tutorial online that shows you how to blow through it, how to warm it up to get it workable. It's so fast. We use a little meat chopper, and it just break it up, put it in there. You put that on for a minute or two. We could find the link for that and put it up.
Yeah, it's in our FAQ.
It's in our FAQ. So yeah, working with either the Kickstarter clay or firmer clay that we would come up with in the future, hopefully soon. That's how you would handle it.
Right. And in my experience, that's true for any super firm polymer clay. That's just always needs more conditioning to get it to a usable state. I think a lot of people, they open up a box and they just they don't know that. So they're like, oh, this is too dry. It's like,
they want to send it back.
Yeah.
No,
they want to send it back immediately.
Right. It's like, no, you just have to really work it. It's hard, but that's what, that's what gives it the firmness. You know what I mean? So
I would add one more kind of funny comment to that is, careful what you wish for.
yeah, right. Okay.
I guess you could super firm something if you leach the heck out of it too.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah. If you
right.
got it into the workable state that you like, which is very simple to do, you're gonna have something that you could produce into sheets, and those sheets can be sandwiched between some paper. So if it's not quite firm enough for you, if you have what we call, is it our extra firm grade?
Yeah.
We have
Yeah.
an extra firm grade. That term is relative. It depends on what you consider to be extra firm.
Yeah.
But if it's not firm enough for you, you can sandwich it between two pieces of paper or cardboard and leach out some of the oils in it. And then
Then
you're
it's
ready to go.
firmer, right?
Yeah.
That answers our next question. They were talking about it being that the firm Cosclay is sticky and soft, and it's just because we all have different preferences.
That's right.
You can make it firmer, camcorder, by rolling it thin into a thin sheet and sandwiching it between two pieces of. I think printer paper works really good.
Sure, it does.
And then just kind of check on it every once in a while and see if it's the right firmness. Then
break off a piece
and
roll it in your fingers.
With firmness, when the firmness goes up, the stickiness goes down. So and vice versa.
Yeah.
Vice versa. So and then they also asked. I want to know how I could make a 2-piece press mold with Cosclay. Do I have to use the liquid? That's just something, camcorder, that I will start doing, and maybe I just need to produce a video to like a tutorial video on how to do that. But once you see it done, it makes perfect sense once it happens. So
I think you should potentially, I don't want to tell you how to run your classes, but I think that would be a perfect thing for segment in one of your classes. So if you want to join Chris in one of his classes, he'll show you some of these advanced techniques potentially. If
that's a good idea. Yeah. So we have our next class starting soon, which will be how to sculpt a dragon. So that'll be the next one coming up, and I'll reveal all the dragon secrets I know. But the idea is we will continue these classes into the perpetual future. So on Sundays.
That's great.
So,
that's fantastic. And a 2-piece mold, you could easily show them how to make a 2-piece mold. You just have to use the C1 separator strategically. You
might just see me doing it on stream randomly one day, because that's just how I roll sometimes. So it's like, I'm gonna do this today. But so it is 11 now, but we have more questions. Are you guys okay with continuing? All right.
Yeah, we're cool.
Yeah.
I just wanted to check and make sure didn't have any other things lined up. Okay. So let's see. Gravity Falls asks, would the liquid Cosclay be safe to use in your oven and still safe to cook your food in? Yeah, and that's true for all Cosclay products. So Yep, it's totally safe. I cook my food. It only has a little bit of clay flavor in it. No, I'm just kidding. No,
I know what's in it. I know what's in it, and it's non-toxic. It is safe. It is safe.
The only caveat there is just make sure there's no like pieces left in the oven while you're cooking.
Oh, right.
Yeah, but
do not burn Cosclay.
Yeah, right. And
especially if you were to don't burn anything, but yourself included, please. That's when you do convert it to something that's probably in terms of the fumes, the burnt fumes, those are not good. You don't want to burn it. I mean, if something got burnt, check your oven, like you said, make sure there's nothing that fell in there. You'll know right away. Yeah. Get them out of there. Right. It's not like it's going to the whole house is going to people are going to pass out or anything. It's just smells really bad. It's converted into something that's not good. Don't burn your Cosclay. Don't burn any plastic. Don't burn anything. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Camcorder says he has like 3 to 4 packages of extra firm that's just not usable. Just message Alex here and let him know. But it could just be environmental. It could also be if it's really hot or warm in your room, it's going to be softer than if it's cold in the room, or if the leaching's not working, then I'm not sure.
So he has something that's too hard, he says?
Too soft. It's extra firm, but it's too soft. So I don't know.
Maybe really fresh tends to be a little softer when it's fresh.
I guess I wonder when you got it from. Send me an email, media@cosclay.com, and we could talk about it and figure it out. Yeah,
get to the bottom of it, because individual cases like that, there's so many factors involved. But
that's right.
And also it could just be because I use medium firm. I know for a fact I like softer clay, and that's the reason why when people ask me where to start, I say medium firm or extra firm, because I remember when I started, I did prefer firmer clay, but as I started to develop my touch more, I started to prefer softer clays. And this is to me, the medium firm is the perfect in between, where it's soft enough to get big flowy shapes, but not so soft that it's hard to do the detail. So, and that's just where I personally land, but it's a personal preference thing. So, and we all have different ones. So.
Definitely.
Yeah. Okay, let's see here. Let's see. Scrolling down here. What kind of chemical engineering degree do you have? Oh boy, here we go.
I don't.
Welcome to the world of self-taught individuals. I am your host, cnotbusch. This is Arnold here.
I mean, you know, it's really a question of I got a good starting point. But the rest of it I learned on my own through trial and error for years. But so yeah, no chemical engineering background. What I do have, I was lucky enough to work at a company when I was going to school here in Cleveland, and there was this company I worked at. It was called Synthetic Products, and I worked there all through school. I think on and off for 10 years. And what it was this company produced some of the components that go into plastics. And so I had this sort of on-the-job education, and I was had access to, and I was actually in the lab compounding plastics. So I had to learn how to make them. Part of my job was we were testing plastics. We were testing actually the stabilizers that go into the plastics. That company that I worked for made stabilizers and sterates. And those are components that are used in plastics. So I had honestly, I just really didn't care for the job, but I didn't realize at the time that I was learning so much about plastics and how to ask questions and how to source things. I mean, I was also in the sample department, so I had to pack things up, and I had to go find certain products. Sometimes I'd have to get on the phone and talk to manufacturers. So I learned like a whole bunch about how to do this without realizing I was learning it. And so when I was finished with that job, I had all this knowledge about it. And I kept thinking at the time, wow, what am I going to do with this? This is really cool. And I would spend time at work during my lunch break making, you know, objects, particularly fake vomit out of these plastics that I was using. I got really good at it too. So realistic, it's gross. But
somebody vomited in the break room again.
Oh, yeah, no, and I would leave it laying around, and people were like, "Oh, that is gross." And like, no, that's just my fake vomit.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's how I got the experience to do this essentially. And so I never really studied anything with chemistry, but the thing with chemistry, I just make sure that I'm not working with something that's going to be harmful.
Right.
That's my criteria.
If you know the ingredients, then it's a little easier to do. So. And
I've actually, for this product, Cosclay, I've actually swapped out a bunch of ingredients that would normally go in there for other things that are much more safe. Mm-hmm. So that it was really, you know, usable, and people don't have to worry that they're exposing themselves to something bad. Because I don't want to, as a user and a sculptor myself, I don't want to be around anything that's toxic.
Right. We got enough toxins in the world to be around.
Yes. We don't need any. We don't need any more.
Yeah. Right. So, all right. Gravity asks, "What's the best thing to put your piece of Cosclay on to bake in the oven to remove the piece after baking?" I personally like using wood. That's just what so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, wood would have a tolerate 275 degrees for
yep.
You might dry it out. I don't know what they dry out wood at. It's probably
I use like end cuts from construction projects, so like 2x4 pieces and stuff like that. And the reason, I'll tell you why I like using wood is the clay does not stick to it at all, and it does not heat up. The wood doesn't heat up as much as like a piece of metal or a piece of ceramic, so I can handle it out of the oven with my hands. I don't recommend you do that without practicing, but I can just go grab it and put it out on top, like really quick.
That's very interesting as I think about it. That's really interesting because wood might not actually get up to temperature because it's not absorbing as much of the heat. What would you think would be the reason for that? Is it's less dense and it doesn't hold on to the heat.
A lot more air. Well, at that point too, like if you're baking the same piece over and over and over again, like there's going to be saps and stuff that are going to harden over time. It's going to get lighter, and it's got just more air.
Right.
I think if you look at it, if you examined it through a microscope, you'd see a lot of air cells in it.
Yeah, it's all the fibers,
Probably. Yeah. I just know I've used a tile before, or glass or metal, and if you touch those at that temperature, you're gonna burn yourself immediately. So,
you could take the wood out.
Yeah. The wood, I can still touch it, move it around, do whatever I gotta do.
That's a great idea.
And it doesn't stick to it. And then on top of that, it doesn't burn the bottom side of it either because it doesn't get heated up very much
Doesn't
either.
get superheated because
Right.
the metal and the ceramic would become much hotter than the wood.
Right. And it could potentially burn the bottom. So
you could actually take the piece out of the oven without a glove if you're just grabbing the base, right?
that's what I do. But you still
I wouldn't
gotta
recommend
be quick.
it.
Yeah. You gotta have a little bit chef's fingers going on, but you can. Whereas with glass, metal, ceramic, you just cannot. You cannot. No chance. Yeah. Right.
You're gonna burn yourself badly.
Right. So
don't do that. I don't recommend, by the way, even with the wood, to not use a glove.
yeah, you use a glove. I will sometimes use a glove, but not all the time. I can't promise. Yeah. So
Okay.
all right.
Live dangerously.
Yeah. Torn asks, can you use mica powders to color the liquids?
Absolutely. 100%.
Oh, cool.
Mica and beyond. Like
Okay.
there's almost any kind of powder that doesn't have a lot of water in it, because water is kind of the enemy of polymer, of this type of polymer. You don't want a water-based, you don't want to mix like acrylics into it. But powder,
I have used oil paints before, and that seems
now
to work.
oil will work because there's no water in it.
Right.
But you could end up over plasticizing the compound if you use too much.
Right. I've been experimented a lot with it. I think for some reason I had like white colored polymer clay a long time ago, and I just hate that working in that color. So I mixed in some black oil paint and made it gray.
Oh, nice.
So
that was a good idea. Yeah. So to further answer that question, any dry material will do something, as long as it doesn't, color wise or mineral wise. You could add, we add all kinds of stuff, micas, glitters, all kinds of crazy.
This was glitter.
Yeah, that's a glitter.
This stuff.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Yeah, I think we put glow powders. We put glow powders into it. It takes, as long as the powder is, well, okay. If you're for coloring, you want it to be fairly fine. Glitters don't show up too well on camera.
It's the
we
most
get the
glittery
gist.
thing you've ever seen.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
It's very, very glittery. It just takes, these liquids take these colorants so well. So yeah, we probably will come out with some different colors, and just makes sense.
We had those glitters before. We'll probably
bring them back,
again.
and maybe some new ones.
Okay, let's see. Doctor asks, with the liquid Cosclay, using that method, casting with the hot mold, how thick does the initial shell get? So the method you talked about with it gelling, how thick does it? How thick does the get?
Yeah, that depends on how long. Say you have a mold that's a head mold, okay, and you're pouring the liquid in. You're going to want to fill it up. Would be my best. That would be okay. That's one way to do it. You could roll it around too, but you need gloves.
Right, and that takes time, and maybe it'll make seam lines. Maybe so,
it might not possibly. You have to experiment with it. Could make some seam lines, and also you have to deal with maybe there's some steam coming out, and you're sitting there rolling around, kind of like and I'm not saying you can't do that if you have your setup done properly, but I think filling it up and while the mold is still is what causes it to build up on the wall. The wall thickness is determined how long you leave that and how long it has a chance to gel against the side of the molds. Because the liquid in the center is not going to be hot at first, or it takes some time before the heat penetrates into the mold.
Right.
So whatever's up against the mold is going to be affected first, and then the longer you leave it, as long as you leave the compound in the mold, the thicker it's going to be. So that's good. That would take some experimentation to find a sweet spot for that, and a technique. And that's something we can get into later as this evolves.
Well, and even if you did that process and it was just very thin, you could backfill. You could, after you do the initial bake and you decide maybe it's too thin, you can just backfill with some Cosclay or whatever, or even do the process a second time and do another layer,
Exactly. So, you could build it up again.
Right.
It sticks to itself.
Right.
So if you think it's too thin and you look at the edge and say it's like a 1/16 of an inch, you're like, that's too thin.
Then you just
If
do
you
the
use-
process again. Yeah.
If you use the firm effects, you can go thinner because remember, it's much firmer.
Right. Interesting. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. What's the shelf life of Cosclay, and how long does Cosclay? Okay, how long can it be left out after you start using it? And that's. I mean, I'll let you guys go into that. I have some
Okay.
experience there.
Well, maybe you could.
All right.
explain your
So
experience
from
first.
my experience, I still have some of the beta Cosclay sample. And I told them earlier today, I can just go grab it, mix it up, and it works just like it has before. So as far as shelf life, I think that's the oldest sample that's out there, and it's still fine. And that's
Okay.
that's like what, 3 years now. So
Yeah.
no special. I just have it in like a bin in my closet kind of thing. So
Okay.
and then go ahead.
I was just
Yeah,
going to say, for that aspect of when it's in the package or when you've got it in a bag or you're just storing it, I probably wouldn't leave it out exposed to the air if I were you. I would definitely put it in a closed space. And there is another trick that I don't hear anybody else talking about, but I can assure you it works very well.
Refrigeration.
Is exactly. You put it in the refrigerator and it'll last indefinitely.
Yeah.
something
Before you
about
use
just
it,
holds
because it slows down any process that it might go through in aging. It kind of almost eliminates it because it stays in this cold state and the molecules are just like moving really slow.
Dormant.
So, yeah, if you get heat is probably not good for sure. Like a warm room, keeping your product, you want it in a cooler place, I think, for long term if you're storing it. When you start working with it and you've got a piece going, that's kind of a different that's a different dynamic. Maybe you could talk a little bit about
yeah
that.
so there's two scenarios there. One scenario where it's like Cosclay on top of like a metal armature or some other material that can last for, like, in my experience, a month. I've never gone past that, but it can stay in that state for months and still be workable and just fine. But when you do layering like I do, where you sculpt a layer, bake it, and then you add another layer of Cosclay on top of that, you got about a 1.5 to 2 week timer before it starts to get fractures because of it drying out. And
So
yeah.
I was gonna say what's happening there is so inside the Cosclay, whether it's cured or fresh, there's a collection of plasticizers that are in there. And what they are doing is they have an affinity for one another. They like each other. And so the plasticizer that's in the cured Cosclay, when it comes up against fresh Cosclay, they want to combine with one another. Like the old Cosclay is going to say, oh, hey, there's some new plasticizer that just came to join us. Let's meet up. Let's get close. And they kind of attract towards one another. So what's happening is the cured Cosclay is pulling the plasticizer, its new friends that have joined it, pulling it, into the cured Cosclay. And so that they're sort of leaving the group, on the outside. So it starts to shrink. People are leaving or molecules are leaving. And it kind of breaks away and gets dried out. It's like the simple way to view that is it's being absorbed into the cured Cosclay.
Right.
The plasticizer.
The cured Cosclay is like a dry sponge, and then you're putting a wet sponge on top of the dry sponge, and but really slow version.
Very slow. Yeah. But from a chemical standpoint, essentially the plasticizers are just looking to attract one another. I mean, they're just attracted to one another.
Yeah. That's what causes it to kind of stick together when you put two pieces together and bake it. What causes it to be stuck. So
that's right.
Oh, cool. I'm understanding a little bit more every time we talk. So so that on that same question, Dragon asks, is there a way to avoid or slow the clay from drying when putting a fresh clay onto cured clay? I don't really. Are you okay? Here we go. Let's see. Go ahead.
Well, what's your experience first?
My experience is I just work within the 1.5 to 2 week parameters, and I don't even deal with it. I just try to get it the layer that I'm doing done in that time, and that's it. I haven't really experimented with ways to stop it. So
there is a way to stop it. And
okay.
so two things. First thing that you can do to help that is when you do add, and I think you're doing this anyway, is when you do add fresh Cosclay after it's sat for a while, is put down a layer of the softener.
Okay.
Because that's some type of plasticizer that.
Well, I do the C2 glue. That's usually what I do. Yeah.
Yeah. The C2 glue. Now it's going to do the same. That actually is better.
Okay.
Forgot what I said, but you're doing the same thing, but you're doing it with the compound, the complete compound. Yes, that's why you're getting that open window of a week or two, is because you put that glue down first, and it's not cured yet.
It's drinking that first before it messes with the clay.
It's drinking that first.
Okay.
Yes, you're getting good at this.
That makes sense. Yeah, that really does.
And the other way to stop it, you do that first, but if you're going to be away for an extended period of time, or you're not going to be able to get back to it, and you have fresh clay on baked Cosclay, cover the whole thing up with a plastic bag and make some room in your refrigerator and put the whole piece in there if you can. And it will do the same thing, except even better, because it slows all the action of the chemical action or the interaction of the clays. Dry clay to cured clay, or fresh clay to cured clay, slows everything down, and you'll come back and it'll be perfect.
I was just imagining that the anger level of sculpting spouses just went up, because now we're taking the oven,
for sure,
and we're taking the fridge, and we're taking it all.
Yeah.
So.
You might. That kind of would suggest that you might, if you're really serious about this.
Yeah.
Maybe get a little.
I got a mini fridge in the workshop.
Fridge.
Yeah.
Throw some beers in there too.
Yeah. Right. Exactly.
Right.
Oh, jeez.
So use it for your sculptures and your beers.
All right. Clear out the fridge. I need space for this giant dragon. So yeah, that's cool. Okay, that's good to know.
Sorry, no turkey this Thanksgiving.
Right.
Just clay.
Just clay.
Okay, so Weird asks, what does the Cos part of Cosclay stand for?
Well, do you know?
You told me before. I know that I know, but I don't remember.
Curable oven safe.
Oh yeah, okay, there we go. Now it's back.
On every packaging.
It does say curable oven safe. Curable oven safe.
So curable oven safe clay.
Curable oven safe.
And the funny thing is one of the number one FAQ questions is it safe to put it in my oven? It's like
that's right.
It's
right into the name.
Right in the name.
Actually, I asked you if you knew.
Yeah.
Give me a moment to try to remember.
Oh, okay.
I was just buying time.
Okay.
No, I knew it was.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Let's see here. Do you have a mailing list for new products coming out? Red asks.
Alex?
We do. Yeah, it's if you go on the website, it's right underneath the whatever promo banner I have up for that month. It's immediately just a button that you can press on and get onto.
Sign up to the newsletter.
There you go.
And we do try to send out newsletters, sometimes monthly, sometimes only when we have sales coming up or something new has been happening.
Yeah.
So it might not be every month, but you can be assured every 1 or 2 months, sometimes more frequently than that. Depends on what's going on with the company.
Yeah.
We definitely it's worth signing up to that, because what's cool about the mailing list is you'll be the first ones to know before anybody else is, what's coming down the line. And so I think it's definitely worth, and because there's discounts too.
Yeah. I mean, we try to be the least annoying mailing list you could possibly sign up for.
If you really want to just if people are fans of this material and they enjoy it, they want to know about stuff.
Right.
So we want to share it, So if we have something special, we have something special that we want to tell people about, we'll use the newsletter. But we're not going to just bombard people with newsletters all the time.
No, it's not worth it.
It's not what knows, in my opinion, and Alex feels the same way. Not use letters. That's newsletter abuse.
Yeah. Way too much of that.
So Kathy asks, you might have to rephrase this, Kathy. The new flexible, let's see if you guys can get something from this. The new flexible liquid could be used as skins of paint, possibly. I don't know. If...
Totally.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Judy Freeman does that already. She was using that with the old stuff when it was stretch effects. And we had or not stretch, it was just C4, which we're not calling it C4 anymore, just because of a lot of different reasons.
Well, you know,
didn't think about that one.
I got another collectible edition here, right?
Yep.
C4.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
I'm gonna add it to my. I have like all the old Cosclay packaging. You know, one day
Well,
there'll be
there
collector's items.
Oh,
So.
We did have a full color range at one point,
In
and
C4.
someone was using those as paint, and it bonds right to it.
I mean, it was
that's cool.
logical. It was logical in our approach for the naming 1, 2, 3, C 1, 2, 3, 4.
But then the
But
explosive.
then I thought about it's
Yeah.
like how well there were two issues. How far do we want to go with that number system?
Right.
And then everybody's got all these numbers and they can't remember, and I can hardly remember what the numbers are sometimes. But you know, we thought we would just limit it to 3 is a good number, and the 4 also, you know what C4 is, right?
Right. Yeah. People joke about that all the time. So
Yeah, I mean,
that's a mighty
Putting
fine.
something in your oven called C4 is probably scary.
Yeah,
to
right.
some people.
Or bringing it on a plane or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. What's the
What's
C4 you got here? I need the SDS right now.
yeah.
So C4, bye. We let it go.
So Omni asks, do they have a recommended clay for translucent wings? I'm making a fairy creature and would love a suggestion. Well, I think we kind of talked about some of those with the new liquid stuff.
Alex can tell you.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, we have a translucent clay.
Oh yeah.
It's got probably the best clarity out of any polymer clay on the market right now, I think.
Or as good as.
Yeah. We've also got the 2 different glow in the darks. We've got a blue glow in the dark and we've got a green glow in the dark if you want an added effect to it. You can add things into it too. So you could add like little glitters, or you could add chunky glitters, and you'll still get that clarity. The more pigments and powders that you start adding into the translucent clay, it's not going to be a see-through. Same with the glows. If you start adding things into those glows, it lessens the power of the glow. But those would be the places I would start, would be translucent glows.
Right.
Unless you add more glow to it.
And if you're looking for that buggy wing, this is what immediately comes to my mind: is you sculpt that shape, and then you create the Cosclay mold, and then you use those new liquid mediums and like dip a wire armature into it that looks like the veining part of the buggy wing.
Yes.
And then you bake that, and then you should be able to pop out like a fully armatured, buggy looking wing. That's what I would do.
That's a great idea. You can build up layers. You can build up layers in your mold. So let's say your first layer you put down
is like just a thin layer at the bottom.
That's right over your. Assuming you're using a Cosclay mold, you do have to put the C1 separator down.
Right.
Just because they literally, whatever you put in there will not come into contact with the mold. It literally is a perfect separator. It's like perfect. So you would go over that, say with a clear liquid, you paint it in. Then maybe you want to bake it. Pull it back out when it's cured. You wouldn't have to bake it very long. Pull it back out. Then you're going to do another layer of, say, like a mica layer, something like that. Or you want to embed. You want to embed a color into it, and you want to have layers of very subtle colors. Like you could really go crazy with this and embed colors all the way through and get all kinds of crazy effects with it. You could even combine layers of the 3 grades. Where are they? Over here. The flex flow, firm effects, and the stretch effects all in one thing to get this part you want to be stretchy, this part you want to be extra firm. So you need to build the whole thing up layer by layer. It'd take a lot of work, but the results would probably be phenomenal.
I think so. The way it works in my mind, I could totally imagine it would look just like a locust wing or a bug wing.
Oh yeah, you could get
that fairy style. So
what's the reflective material that they make? I don't know if you can actually get this. I think you can. Help me with that. It's the type of, when you look at a wing of a bug.
Like a phosphorescent?
Yeah,
Oh, I
yeah.
know
Well,
what
it's
you're
not
talking about.
phosphorescent.
It's like the shell of a beetle, where
it's like a rainbow effect.
yeah.
Like
Yeah.
almost like
It's got a color shift
a
going on.
color shift
Yeah.
going on. You could do that. You could embed, if you can get sheets of that stuff, you could embed that sheet of that. It's like a holographic.
Chromatic, is that the word for it?
Chromatic, yeah.
That's it. Okay.
Chromatic.
I was like, it's in
Or
there somewhere. What is it?
Iridescent too.
Iridescent.
Yeah.
They're chromatic. Somebody will come up with it.
Yeah.
Anyway, you could embed a piece of that right in there and sandwich it in there, right? And go from there. So you could get, it's unlimited what you can do with this.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah. Jeez, man.
Get almost
let's
any
see.
effect you're thinking of.
I know. That with the stuff that you guys already have provided, I was telling Stream this, that it's just like there's still so much untapped experimentation just with the C1 separator, and when we get into liquid mediums, it's like a whole nother avenue that's just it's like unexplored territory in the art world. Really,
It really is.
Yep.
This is something that people are not quite thinking about just yet. And I think once these very serious artists get onto this, and even people that are just trying to mess around with it, they're gonna come up with some amazing effects that folks are gonna go, how did you do that?
Right, exactly. Let's see here. Let's see. We want to make an order, but the summer temps here are very high, 114 degrees today. And
where are you?
And insane in the UPS trucks. Will that affect the life or workability of the clay?
It can.
I guess it depends where you live,
Like how long it's in the truck kind of thing. Yeah.
So here's my recommendation on that. Most orders that go out here, again, we're talking domestic only here, take 2 days, roughly.
Yeah.
Roughly 2 days to get to you. Okay. So with that being said, if it's moving continuously within 2 days and it'll get to you. So you want to order it typically early in the week so that by the time it gets to you, say you're in Arizona and we're in Ohio. So you got a 2-day transit. Chances are it's not going to, if it stays in a truck over a weekend, I would be very concerned, or in a mailbox.
Yeah.
Like make sure that if you're out in a hot desert area like Arizona or New Mexico, any place like that, because right now we're in a heat dome and you do have to be careful. So if you've got a delivery coming and your mailbox is by the street, we've had this happen a time or two, and you forget or you're just not paying attention, and that clay stays in that baking hot mailbox for a day or two, forget it, it's done.
Yeah, it'll get cooked. Yeah. I mean, we do every so often,
you can start your carving career,
So yeah.
Yeah.
We do have like a heat reflecting packaging that we'll send out sometimes. It's kind of on request, but
okay.
Yeah, it's better to order earlier in the week.
And we do try to bury the product. Sometimes if it's a larger, because we have pre-made envelopes, so it doesn't really. And there's some protection, but most orders, are going to have be bubble wrapped, or
every piece is bubble wrapped.
Yeah. So it gives it some protection from the heat, but again, it's not. You're not going to be there, and it's in a mailbox or in a truck over a weekend. Those are the things you want to avoid.
Yeah.
Okay.
But otherwise, you should be okay. Just make sure order early in the week.
Yeah.
Can you prime Cosclay prior to baking? And if so, does this increase adhesion of the primer? I guess it depends on the primer, really. I know there's a lot of paints out there I know there's a lot of paints out there that actually require you to heat it up or bake it, like car paints and stuff like that.
Wait, say the question once again. Sorry. Say the question.
Can you prime Cosclay prior to baking? And if so, does that increase adhesion of the primer?
It depends.
It kind of depends.
Because if it's if it's reactive to the polymer, then it's never going to dry and it's over at that point.
Right.
But we've baked C3 sealer onto raw clay, and that kind of does the same thing. That'll prime it for you.
Yeah.
I guess it's worth experimenting.
Yeah. So I would say, if you're unfamiliar or you're testing some new paints or you're just curious as to what it's going to do, you can always do some test pieces of clay, put them in the oven, see how it reacts. But I can tell you that we've had very good success with this C3 Cosclay gloss coat, and we will, like I said, we will be coming out with a matte coat. Okay. You want to show that one more time? That will be a good primer. I think the matte for most people would probably be a more versatile medium, because then you're stuck with gloss. But if you want gloss, then that's fine. You can get it with the gloss coat. But I personally would probably want to go with a matte finish. And so what that's going to do is it's going to make the clay, if there's any chance of some reaction, it might help you prevent that.
Right.
And that kind of becomes your primer.
It's worth noting too, there are 2 C3 sealers out right now. The other one's discontinued. The first one is more of a satin.
Yeah.
And this new one's gloss.
That's true. Yeah. I'm glad you made that distinction, because we have reformulated this. We're always, working towards making everything better. Let's put it that way. So if we find that there's some things change too, some of the manufacturers and the materials, raw materials. So we always have to be prepared to adjust. And we always want to adjust in a positive way, not a negative way, obviously.
Don't fix something that's not broken.
That's right. We're trying to make the products, continuously trying to make the products better. If we find a flaw, or if we have to adjust something because of a manufacturing issue, because we have to rely on raw materials throughout the world. So it's always a game of, I'm saying always, but sometimes it's a game of trying to adjust things. And at any time we make adjustments, sometimes it gives us the opportunity to make an improvement that we didn't know we could. But that would be on me and my lab work to figure it out. And it's really challenging sometimes, but it's rewarding, and you discover new things sometimes. So yeah, we're always trying to make it better.
Right. That's very different than most of the companies out there. That's for sure. So,
well,
we're not from my own experience. So yeah,
we're not corporate.
Right. So
we're artists.
Right. Mom and pop shop over here.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's popular and it's growing, but we still within our capacity to keep a good grip on it, and I think that'll be that way for a long time, I hope.
Yeah, and if it ever changes, then it all goes downhill from there. So
yeah, not necessarily. I can, who knows? But I'll give it as much control as I possibly can, because it's my legacy, my baby.
Right.
And
no Amazon sellout coming in the future or anything like that. So
no. Cosclay is got a very strong future ahead.
I think so too.
It could even be generational potentially, where it moves on to the future beyond me staying in the family. Good. Because I have offspring.
Oh, very good.
I have an offsprung.
Oh, okay. Well, my game plan is when Emma grows into her rebellious teenage years, I'm gonna banish her from sculpting and lock everything under keys and chains, in the hopes that she'll actually want to do it. So,
I love your attitude.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, whatever you withhold from them, they're definitely going to lean towards.
Right. That. Yeah, but if you push something too much, then they'll I don't want to have anything to do with that.
Don't eat candy. Yeah. Don't have sugar, and then they're like, "That's all they know. What are they trying to keep from me?
Don't you dare think about eating that broccoli in the fridge. It's off limits.
Oh, don't eat that. Don't stay away from fruits and vegetables. Don't ever eat that stuff.
Nope. So someone says, does room temperature matter after a Cosclay sculpture is baked? So post baking, and nope. I haven't discovered any sort of, because you gotta think these sculptures are stable at 275 in the oven. So as long as so even if it was at that temperature in your room, which would be concerning, it's still stable. So
and at the extreme, I've had sculptures that I made that I put in the freezer, and I've been outside, and I'm not going to say that there's no possibility that it would crack, but it's pretty resistant to temperature ranges.
Yeah, we've had some stuff outside for a while.
Even something made of concrete outside eventually succumbs to the elements, So I think it's impossible. Everything. It's impossible to make something that will last outside forever. So
no, and we don't guarantee that, but
no,
I can tell you that the clay you know, itself before it's used can last a very long, I'm talking decades.
Wow.
Before you, especially if you refrigerate it or keep it in its original box, there's nothing that should change about it really. You know, it will last a long time. And the cured piece, as long as plastic lasts, and they say it's kind of like one of those forever things.
Yeah, right.
You put it on a shelf, it's gonna, you know, it's generational. So
let's see. Gravity says, I would like to use a silicone mold to make some. Do you think it'll come out of the mold and to bake it, or should there be something to use to help release it from the mold? So like using a silicone mold, probably pouring the liquids into the silicone mold and then baking it. I know some silicones you can bake at you can, because you have the silicone baking gear.
yes,
But
I would say the thinner the silicone, thinner the silicone is, the better. And any of the thin silicone pieces that they make for baking or pouring chocolates or baking muffins and things like that, the real thin, you see them, they're pink and different colors. I use those all the time to pour the liquids in and to do tests. Like that's these circle things here.
right,
These were poured into
like a silicone tray thing.
yeah, oh yeah. And this
that's
one
a
came out
chocolate.
just fine.
Chocolate
This is a
mold,
chocolate
yeah.
mold. And these are little silicone molds. These are all silicone, thin silicone molds.
It's got to be thin.
It's got to be thin, and here's why. So the reason is, here's one that's fairly thick casting, but that was also silicone. So the reason is that kind of it relates to what you were saying about the wood. So you know how the wood is constantly dissipating the heat because it's so airy because it's got these cells in there, right? The fiber, the cells. So the heat is constantly, it doesn't want to, because it's not dense.
Doesn't want to keep the heat.
It doesn't absorb and stay in it. And then, so wood is constantly dissipating the heat. Well, silicone is the opposite. It's very dense. And so the thicker you make the silicone, it actually it creates a problem because silicone's so dense that it's constantly absorbing the heat and pulling it away from the Cosclay. It's hogging all the heat that's in the oven that's up against your piece. And so your piece never gets up to temperature.
So it stops it from baking properly.
Exactly. And that's the problem. And you can bake it for a long time and still never get it to bake through because the heat is constantly wicking away the heat. I mean, the silicone's constantly wicking away the heat.
And we even suggest too with thin silicone molds to like preheat them as much as you can.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's smart. Yeah. Okay. There we go. That was my question. So it can't be avoided. Okay, wait. What was your question? That was my question. So it can't be avoided. Question. Okay, I don't know what. I'm a little behind on the chat, so sorry guys. So there's a little bit of a delay here. So let's see. I think Dragon was talking about the leaching of the. So it can be postponed by refrigeration. We covered that.
Yes.
But I don't know if it can be 100% avoided. But I mean. Yeah, the 100% way to avoid it is to do things the way I do things, which is just to do smaller sections that you know you can handle within a certain time frame.
And just go ahead and bake it.
Yeah, and then once it's baked, it's locked in. You don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, that's right.
And I will say this: I forgot to mention this earlier. If you do leave a layer on there that's too long, and this happens to me, every once in a while, and it starts to get the fracturing happening and the drying out, the way I remedy that. It's without losing all your work is I take the C2 Cosclay glue and I paint it all over that layer, like on the outside, and it kind of like let it soak in, and it will revitalize that surface to the point where you can actually continue sculpting and just get it to a finished state and bake it in the oven.
There you go.
So
yeah, that's a beautiful.
So that way you'll have to do a little bit of work to like cover up the little cracks and stuff like that, but you're not losing all of the work, and you can just get it to a finished state to bake it that way. So that's how I deal with that.
Yeah, if you had done a lot of work and then you left it for a while and you came back and you're like, oh wow, this is a little bit in disrepair. rather than scrape it all off and start again, why not just do what you're describing and continue on?
Right. So can we add a bit of the glow clay to the others to give a hint of glow? Oh, I see. Can you add a little bit of the glow clay to the others to give a hint of the glow? I feel
Alex can answer.
Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
I would say no. It depends on the pigmentation of the other clay that you're adding it to, because it's just going to block it. A big part of the reason why the glow works is because of that translucency. So without that intense translucency, it's just not going to be there.
Yeah, and so with most clays, you wouldn't be able to mix it in. If you did, it would probably mostly be lost.
Yeah,
but you could try. I mean,
yeah. Funny enough, I actually used the glow clay because it came out first as a translucent alternative until the translucent came out, because it has it has a similar. Because I use translucent not to be see-through. I use it as like to catch and reverberate light. So like if I want to make an eyeball glowing, but I don't want that intense LED like blast, I sculpt the eye with translucent, and then from the back side I drill in and I put the LED, and as long as the LED is touching any part of that translucent section, the whole part of glows like evenly, so it like distributes the light really easily. So I use it to make my lighting jobs look nice, nice and glowy, and it takes the light and it captures it and it shows it really well. So yeah,
it's refracting.
Right.
Yeah, that's an excellent way. It's almost like a piece of what's that fiber called? Optical fiber.
Yeah, fiber optic. Yeah,
fiber optics. I got it backwards. It transmits the light all the way through the entire piece.
Right. So that way I'm not having to, because when I drill the hole through the back of the head into where the back of the eye is, that's a delicate process, and I could have a drill bit through the face of my character. So by just creating a bigger like section of translucent underneath inside the head, it means my margin for where I need to actually get to where the light will shine is like, I give myself a cushion, so I don't have to go all the way up to the back of the eye, or That's
really cool.
Yeah. So we talked about this earlier, but Cosclay all products in Europe when? So that's the question.
So
now,
yeah, go ahead.
We are the whole line is available to all of our distributors. It was previously we just had Sculpt, Doll, and Deco, and I think it was the glows and translucent. But now all the lusters, pastels, everything we have is available to our distributors to purchase. Whether they bring it on is kind of more about supply and demand. And we're, I'm working with ambassadors like Chris, trying to see if we can increase that demand. Right now, like in France, I'm working with somebody new, trying to increase demand. So it depends, but now there's a better chance. And I think once we get into the fours, that'll really start to help.
Yeah, that'll help too. And I would say add one other thing to that is you have to keep in mind that when we launched Cosclay back in 2019 with our Kickstarter, and then we went into 2020, we were very strong as far as sales and the presence in Europe. It was great. But what happened, of course, was that COVID hit. So as we were starting to get a nice flourishing in Europe, it kind of died down because, it just really did. It was challenging because of the shipping was a problem. It's not that people weren't home working, because they were. They were at home and they were looking for things to do. So here in the United States, we were able to do okay with it. But COVID did hit, and then there's been a backlash on COVID, and the shipping rates have been high. Yeah. And plus the concept that we have a large block of clay, it's a harder sell. And when the distributors are just deciding what they're going to bring in, they're like, well, I'm going to bring in 12 blocks of this or 20 blocks of these pounds. It's going to be a harder sell. So that's why we've gradually come down to smaller sizes, which makes it a little bit easier. And I think it gives people a chance to try a few different things without breaking the bank.
So what you're
So
saying
we
is,
should see
is now the whole product line is available for distributors to take up if they want it, kind of thing.
Yes,
So
yes,
whereas
and
before it wasn't the whole line available, but now it is.
No,
Yeah.
we didn't have
The output.
because we were doing extensions. We were doing what we called cosplay of the month, cosplay color of the month.
Yeah.
And so a lot of the distributors said, well, it's just a color of the month. That's how we were expanding the line, was introducing colors of the month. So we could do sort of a test. And also they were good colors. We knew that, but we just didn't know how well each one was going to sell. People were buying it.
Yeah. None
And
of it was
so
designed.
the
for
risk was all on our part.
permanence. Yeah.
You either buy it because you like it or you don't. And
Mhm.
so there was a harder way to introduce new products and expect them to go into Europe, because everybody in Europe was seeing them. They're like, but wait, they're not here. So there was a little bit of a frustration. It was a good thing in the US, but we couldn't get it out because distributors couldn't really, we weren't making them available.
Yeah.
But now, as we've entered into 2021, and I think a portion of 2020, well, it's over, but as we enter into 2024, now we've made everything available in 8 ounces and pounds to all of our distributors in Europe. It's just a matter of kind of playing catch up on that and trying to get, bring a renewed awareness and a demand for it out there. I think the demand is there.
I think
we
so
have to
too.
we have to get the distributors on board.
Right.
So ask your distributors out there.
It does help. Yeah, I was just gonna say it does help if you message them and say, "Hey, I'm interested in this stuff.
Yes.
Are you guys thinking about getting it?" Or just all those little. It's like the water drop fill in the bucket kind of thing. You never know. It could be your drop, could be the one that kind of tips them over to saying, "Okay, there's obviously demand for this stuff. Let's get it so we can make money and they can get something that they want." Because that's how business works.
So if there's a distributor in Sweden, they don't have it, your local distributor, for example, just to pick a country, and they get enough calls from people that say, hey, we want cosplay, but you guys don't have it. So they can contact us. They just talk to the distributor. If they get enough calls, the distributor is going to contact us.
Yeah.
And we'll get it out to them.
Yep, there we go. Okay, so Hackin/Mini says, how well would these products work with 3D printing, specifically resin printing? I'm guessing you mean in terms of like adding on to a print with Cosclay. That I'm guessing that's what he means. So I know a little bit about, but let's see here.
Okay. So you there's a couple issues there. You have to bake Cosclay, right? So if you're thinking in terms of taking your 3D printed piece and adding some Cosclay on it, throwing it into the oven, it's kind of like, what's the melt temp? That's
what it's really dependent on.
But what I would think of doing for 3D printing more than experimenting in that way is, unless you know for a fact that it can withstand 275, okay, is probably to sculpt something onto it, and you would have to sort of be able to kind of pull it off while it's still in the raw state. It's good, you may damage it slightly, but you could fix it, right? And then take that off, remove it, put it in the oven, bring it back out, then glue it on. Make a piece that attaches to your print.
Right.
That'd be one way of doing it. I'm not saying it's the only way of doing it, but in some ways, Cosclay is an alternative to 3D printing, because you are ending up with a plastic piece. It's just you're arriving at it in a different way, and but you can, Alex might have something to say about that too.
I've seen it done. I have a friend actually locally that did it, and it worked out beautifully. It just really depends on the melt temp of your
the resin
filament.
Yeah. Or filament if you're doing a filament printer. Yeah, check every substance in production should have a material safety data sheet. Yep. And if you look that up, it should say like this is the melting point, this is the burning point, and it should give you the temperatures. So
pay attention to those.
Yeah, so just check look up on Google material safety data sheet, and then type in the type of resin or filament you have. And as long as the temperature melting point or burning point is beyond higher than the baking temp of the clay, it should work just fine.
Yes,
And
exactly.
I know from experience a long time ago, I did a resin cast of like a generic character that I took and I added polymer clay to, like altering, like taking the generic build and like doing alterations with the polymer clay, and it worked just fine. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, so
There you go.
but it just depends on the type of resin. I don't know a lot about the 3D printer resins, so yeah. Okay.
It's something to experiment with, and be careful, you know, because there's heat involved.
Let's see here. Okay, yeah, and then also, you also keep in mind Cosclay is non-toxic, but that doesn't mean that other things you put in there, like resins and stuff, are non-toxic. So
It's true. That's
Yeah.
a very,
Yeah,
very
so-
good point. I'm glad you mentioned that.
Yeah.
It might not want to go in your oven.
will they ever sell to Amazon? That's a question.
We are.
It's on Amazon.
It
It's
is
on
on-
Amazon and eBay.
Yeah.
Yes. The answer is
And
yes.
I mentioned too, it's in Hobby Lobby.
Yeah.
But a limited range, and it's the 4-ounce blocks. You'll find it in the cosplay section. So it won't be in the polymer clay section. I don't know why, but that's how they wanted to bring it into the
Yep.
store.
Oh, over in Hobby Lobby? Is that what you
Yeah,
said?
you can
Yeah,
walk- if
I
you have a
knew,
hobby-
I knew it. I knew it. I was
You
like,
have a hobby-
they said people came in and said that they found Cosclay in Hobby Lobby, but it wasn't in the clay section. And I immediately was thinking about, I was like, oh, I bet you they made it that way because they have some sort of arrangement with the other polymer clays to like maybe not have
Possibly.
other
No, I don't-
competition or something. Or
I don't think that's it at
No, I
all.
think
Really?
They just
Okay.
They
No.
misinterpreted the cosplay, and they thought
okay.
Right. They
it kind of worked out better for us. in
it
that way,
did,
though. I
because
think
we're
it's-
separate
Yeah.
from the polymer clay.
That's true. So
But
you're
it's
not
one-
competing. So
No,
Exactly.
it's only one row over actually,
oh,
or maybe two at the most. I think it's
Yeah.
the same. I think it's the same in
Two
every
or three
store.
aisles over.
You can find it. You have to ask for it, but they have a section. But you know, they're not actually. I was trying to figure out how they have their sections marked. It wasn't real clear to me.
Yeah, there's nothing written on the aisles. Like at Michael's, there's specific sections.
But we don't have it. It's not at Michael's
No,
yet.
it's wherever
No.
there's foam clay or warbler.
Yes, yes. It's actually the
Ah.
cosplay section. They
okay.
have a cosplay section.
So is it every Hobby Lobby? And I would have to say I think the one by me doesn't have it yet. So it probably
really?
is taking some time for it maybe to get throughout the company, or is it supposed to be? Is it supposed to be every
is.
store?
Yes, as far as I know, it's going out to every store, but it may be a stage rollout.
Yeah,
Um,
it's also small quantities too, so there's a possibility it could have sold out.
yeah, I would say that they are selling it on their online store,
Mhm.
which is something different. We're not offering the 4-ounces yet, but they are. So if you want to get a preview of the 4-ounce, you could go and buy it off of Hobby Lobby's online store if you don't have a Hobby Lobby near you.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. And so people are just expressing that they'd like to see it in Michael's eventually, and I'm sure
we would too.
eventually. Yeah,
We
I'm
would
sure
like
eventually.
to.
Yeah.
We do have some things we're working on now in discussion with Michael's, and we have plans for some things.
Yeah.
That's not cosplay, but we are, having very positive discussions with them,
That's good.
Mhm.
and so
Building that relationship and hopefully
Oh
getting it
yeah,
out
yeah,
there.
yeah,
so.
and it's and we have a partner, second partner involved in this, and so I can't really say that it will hit Michael's. It may at some point. It just don't know when. They sort of are a year lag behind. You have to remember, because
Right.
they're figuring out what they're going to put in the store for 2025 right now. They're
Exactly.
committing, and then you have to wait until it turns over again. So it's like a year lag.
But I
for
know
that,
I
for
know some stores people have said that they've seen it in the stores, and so it's just the slow rollout. These big companies take a long time to like get all their locations on the same page
Yeah.
and stuff.
It's also
yeah.
confusing too,
Mhm.
because you can go to Michael's online and they sell cosplay,
I was just gonna bring that up.
and you're like, what?
What?
And then so you think, oh, well, it's in the store. I'll just go in the store. No, what it is how can we explain it?
It's selling through Blick, so Blick is providing Michaels
with
cosplay
product,
and
online
monster art
product,
stuff.
essentially.
Just online. So
Yeah.
Blick would drop ship for Michaels, presumably.
Yeah.
Okay.
But maybe Michaels does it as a test to see what sells. You know, it gives them an opportunity to see what's popular and what's not. With low.
Oh, I think your mic cut out. Yep. Okay. Yours too. All right. All right. Well, actually, you know what? Yeah, go ahead and get your mics finished, and then we'll do a little exit wrap up here. So.
All you have to do is push the button and turn it back on.
Okay.
It's
cool.
got an automatic timer on it, I guess.
Okay.
Sorry.
We're trying to be new and high tech with these things, and, you know.
Who are these guys doing a 2-hour segment? What are they, crazy?
Yeah, I hope we're not boring people to death. You know?
No.
If people like the technical stuff, and you know, we try to give as much good information. We'll take a few more questions.
We're all interested here. All right, so let's see if we got a few more questions. Now's the time before we let these fellows go. So, what do they look for to sponsor a creator? Oh, like in the stores? I'm not sure. I don't know if you have any insight on that. So,
Alex, you take this one.
Yeah, I mean, as far as like ambassadorship goes, like in Chris's case or that person in France I was referring to, a lot of it has to do with people that are reaching out to us. I don't want to say it has to do with whether they have a specific following or not. It's more so, I guess, like, for example, we don't have anyone in Australia. So if somebody approached me from Australia and said, hey, I'd like to represent you, and they had good engagement with their followers, we could talk about it. We could work something out. That's kind of how it goes. If there's somebody that we're really fond of too that has been buying clay and we've been talking to them a lot, that's also how the relationship develops. It's kind of unique for every single person, so it depends.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Communication is always the first step. So.
Oh, sure. Never hurts to ask.
Yep.
Never hurts to ask.
The answer's always no if you don't ask. So.
Yeah.
I like that.
There you go.
Okay.
That's a great quote. Is that a cnotbusch original?
Yes, and also, I don't know, I probably picked it up from somewhere, and then also, it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission. That's.
I hear that one a lot.
That's the Jim Henson one, yeah.
Yeah. I've made a lot of really great positive moves in my life with that mentality. So it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission with a lot of things, not all things. So,
not all things. Sometimes that forgiveness costs you some money.
Yeah, right.
It could.
Exactly.
Theoretically.
Right.
Depends on what situation.
Money isn't real.
But money isn't real.
So you went to Monsterpalooza. Do you plan to attend any other shows?
We've talked about Designer Con. We've talked about, there's another convention in New York. I couldn't think of, not 5 Points Fest, but there was another sort of like a small makers one we were thinking about. There's one in the UK, or not UK, the Czech Republic, Polymer Week that we've done presentations with. But
it's just a long way to travel.
Yeah, well, I'd like to get there, but.
So we'll see. We are not adverse to going to shows. You know, it's a lot of work to get there. We don't mind. It just has to be the right situation at the right time.
Yeah.
So I would say, you know, there is that possibility, and like Alex said, Designer Con's very, very attractive for us. It's got to be the right fit. I can tell you, and it's great to meet people in person too, by the way.
Yeah.
We'll probably be doing more with Mold Life in the coming years, but we are thinking of traveling to the UK. They have a show there. It's more of a makeup show, so it might be more monster makers. But a lot of times when we do the monster maker shows, you will find some cosplay representation, even though it's a separate company.
Especially this last one. It's great. We had a thing that we built.
A display.
It was the first time we ever did anything like that. It had a screen. It was very interactive, and it's great.
You know, honestly, we sold more cosplay than anything else, to be honest.
There we go.
It was so popular. What's great about it, I think what sells cosplay so well is the demonstration, like in-person demonstration. Somebody looks at it and they're curious about it.
And then you go, look at this baked sculpture I made. Ooh.
Well, they have a curiosity about it. Like the way we had it set up, there was a screen and we had it set up really nice. And people were walking up to the table. And as soon as I have this little kind of thing I go through, and I will show them how it's flexible, and it starts off as clay and it ends up like this. And then we were doing some demonstrations with the glow in the dark, because glow in the dark is the best glow in the dark around for polymer clay. I'm not trying to brag, but it really is. It glows all night long. Yeah. And I don't know of any other, polymer clays that do that. So I would take the flashlight and, show them how it glows. And I'm telling you, 9 times out of 10, they would walk away with at least one bar of Cosclay.
Right.
Every single person that came up to the table.
Well, it's also a pretty manageable price point too, which from what I understand, doing well in cons is having things that are not too expensive.
No, they weren't. We were selling only 8-ounce blocks. And
right.
So we had a con specific discount too.
We had a con. They had we were selling it on behalf of Mold Life.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because Mold Life is our distributor, and we're supplying them with the
so
material.
You were working for Mold Life while Mold Life was working for you.
Yeah, we were all working. Yeah, we were working. It was a synergy. Yeah. We were working together to promote our products through them, right? And
okay.
Like you said, they're sort of working. We're working together to promote each other. Yeah. It's like a very copacetic, beneficial relationship, and we get along great with the UK people. They're very nice people and very good people, good business people.
Okay.
We had a lot of fun.
Here's a good question. Will we ever be able to make an online account on the website to make ordering faster?
Totally. Yeah. I just have to set it up.
Yeah.
I think that's all it comes down to.
Do we not have that?
We don't. No.
On his But we know what Alex will be doing the next couple of weeks.
Well, I will say that there is an upgrade coming to our site. I can't say exactly when, but it's in the works, and that will be a feature that will be added for sure. Yeah, like right away.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. So I had a question. So is this still? I might have got it on the back burner or something, but there was a rumor last time we talked about a potential like live demonstration set up at Cosclay factory, so we can do like Willy Wonka chocolate factory tours.
Yeah,
is that still like future stuff? Because I think that would be so cool to do, like, you know how like Smooth On does the like live workshops in their store locations, like something. I wonder if something like that would be pretty cool. Yeah.
Yes, that's something that could happen.
Yeah.
We have a lot of proprietary stuff here. Yeah. So I suppose the Smooth On demonstrations are within they have a big facility there, or whoever's doing it, if it's Polytech or whatever company is doing the demonstrations, they have an area that keeps people away from proprietary stuff. But
we have the space.
We have space.
Yeah. I would road trip it for sure.
When we were
even be a teacher.
Yeah, you'd be the first person.
Well, no, this is what you guys have to do. Ready? You're gonna put golden tickets inside of like 5 random boxes. That's like a come to the Cosclay factory invitation pass or something like that. Wow. Do like a Willy Wonka and the chocolate factory, and then Arnold, you have to come out of the door with the cane and then do the whole roll scene.
You know it's so funny that you said that. That's for really. So I have a friend. He's kind of a behind the scenes but kind of famous guy, but he doesn't want to be famous. His name is Jeff Rebner. And he's a fantastic, you can look him up. He's a fantastic, I've known him for like 25 years.
Unbelievable artist.
He is he's like my unsung hero. He's got his superpower is he can draw anything. Okay. So like, I don't know anybody that can do this. And I'm leading somewhere with this, but I'll tell you what that is real quick. But first of all, about his superpower. If you say, draw a giraffe, with his head between its legs, looking at you from behind, with a crown of thorns or something. Not a crown of thorns. I'm not a crown of thorns.
Jesus giraffe.
A Jesus giraffe. Yeah, a Jesus giraffe. Whatever. Something weird. Like this is not a Chat GPT generation or an AI generation. He has it in his head. He has Chat GPT plugged into his head. He can draw it for you. That's crazy. Has a photographic. He looks at something once and he remembers it. I think his whole life. It's like insane. It's almost savant-like.
Right.
He's on. Anyway, good friend of mine. He calls me the Willy Wonka of the FX world because I make monster clay too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, you know, he sees that as like chocolate.
Everyone calls
And it looks like chocolate. So he
Right.
goes, that's it. You're Willy Wonka of the
I totally agree. I think you should do. Yeah, we should just reshoot the whole Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory movie through content creators, but clay and like effects stuff, you know. So
yeah, that's kind of interesting.
Send out some golden tickets, you know. Have people make a video, and then it's like.
And I love Gene Wilder, and
I gotta dye my hair green.
I
yeah, you can be the Oompa Loompa.
Be the Oompa Loompa.
I would say I have some slight characteristics in common with Gene Wilder. If that was true, that would be amazing because he's an incredible guy. But yeah, that would be my Willy Wonka. Would be the Gene Wilder version.
When we were working on Monsterpalooza, we were getting all these banners and stuff together, and we set them up in the shop, and we were able to cover a bunch of things that would have been like proprietary. So the thought was maybe we'll make really big banners, we'll cover everything up, and we could do it that way and have it in the main room. But
yeah, well, it's not.
Think about it.
We're not like we just have the concept that you just asked us about. Yeah, I mean that is something that can happen.
Yeah,
right.
Totally.
Yeah.
Well, I just know, just that whole idea. I mean, it kind of probably was big with like Bob Ross and stuff, where just like doing live kind of classes or demonstrations, and it would be sweet to do it at the place where the clay is made, you know, like.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
it could happen.
It could. Yeah.
Not against it totally.
All right. All right. Well,
or against it at all.
Right. Okay, here's a question. When will Chris have some monster clay to do sketches with? Well, I just haven't asked because, like I told you guys last time, I had won that contest with Stan Winston School, and they sent me a ton of. Part of the winnings was whatchamacallit, Chavant. And so
we dare not speak its name.
Yeah, it's some clay that you don't even need to know about. But no, I've been using that because one thing I added to my workflow is that I sketch my pieces first before I get into the real deal. So I'll make like just like a 4-hour sit down like mashup of the character really quickly, kind of like Simon Lee style, you know.
Yeah, totally.
That lets me get my mind around the project, pitch the idea to the client, and also like decide, do I need more structure here or there? Or how am I, you know, and it's just really beneficial. So I just use Chavant for that because it's just what I have. So, but you can use Monster Clay or Chavant.
We'll send you. Do you have any Monster Clay?
I don't. No, I don't. But
we'll make sure we change that.
We'll change that.
All right. Yeah, so that's just how I put that stuff to use. So and it's worked out all right. But I definitely try some Monster Clay so I can see the difference. So
cool.
Yep. All right. But all right. Do we have anything else here? Hey, CNOT, does your CNOT name come from the C number Cosclay bottles? No. just so coincidentally that Cosclay and you know that my name starts my C comes from my first name Chris or Christopher, and my last name is Notbusch, so that's cnotbusch.
Cosclay Notbusch.
The C stands for Cosclay, yeah.
Cosclay Notbusch. Cosclay Clay Notbusch. That's my full name.
Your middle name Clay?
No, no.
It should be.
If I had a son, his name would be Clay. So
maybe that. Are you telling us that something may be coming around the corner?
No, definitely not. So, but we did intentionally give my daughter's middle name beginning initial C. So if she wants to take over the cnotbusch name, she can. Because her first name's Emma. So. Oh,
you mean the cnotbusch Empire?
Great. Hold on 1 second here. Let's see. Oh, yep, they're dead completely. Just hold the phone. You guys take the wheel for a second here.
All right.
Plug these in.
I was just gonna say the cnotbusch Empire.
I always forget to plug these things in. So, all right, let's see.
There you go.
So now we're in charge of the stream.
Yes.
All right, I'm back. What I missed?
Oh, okay.
So.
He didn't
What?
No worries. Yeah.
All right. Well, I want to thank you guys very much for joining us. This has been wonderful. It always is. I need to call you guys more for sure. I'm just really bad with. I'm bad with communications. My worst skills. So yeah.
Everybody's Everybody's busy. We're all adults here.
Right,
Or
exactly.
at least here in this room. in
But
that room.
yeah, but definitely we'll have to connect more. And yeah, I'm so excited for all the new stuff coming out. So, and I'm sure everyone else in chat is, and we'll be spending the next year experimenting and coming up with all kinds of new ways to use this awesome stuff. So thank you very much for joining us. And we're going to go ahead and let you guys get on out of here. So
Our pleasure.
till next
Our
time, my
pleasure.
friends, have a good one.
Anytime.
You
All
too. So long.
See you
everybody.
guys. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, that will conclude our interview, our Q&A with them. It's always nice to have them there. So, like I said, I like that annual tradition of just checking in with them, especially because he's always working on stuff. I can't believe it. So, that liquid medium is gonna be another game-changing stuff. I can already tell. I had the same feeling of when Cosclay first came out, and just knowing that that's going to change things. That the fact that you can use a liquid medium that doesn't shrink and produces the same density as the regular clay, that's like, there's so many different things that we are not even thinking about that we can use it for. Like even creating unique textures, you know, like imagine like a swamp monster or something, like a mud monster from something that you just like drizzle that stuff all over and just bake it, you know. So all kinds of different possibilities come to mind. So, but yeah, thank you everyone for tuning in. I appreciate it. I will be back on this evening, 5 p.m. Central Time, and we'll be working on our mouse character. So yeah. I think excited to actually use my 3 pounds of Cosclay. There you go. Yeah, thanks for all the questions, guys. Thanks for being a good audience. And let's find someone to raid. We'll get on out of here. All right. That was cool, man. I'm super excited. Let's see. Well, let's see who's online. Who can we raid? You know what? Let's go send you over to Zambies here. Just doing some painting work. Yeah, we'll do Zambies. I will be here tonight. Yep, 5 p.m. Central Time. So, oh, thank you, Mitch Sorenstein, for the sub earlier, Prime sub, and Red Links. Thank you very much for the 48 months, my friend. Thank you for the support. Let's get this raid going here. I'm not on my dashboard. Okay. All right. There we go. Till next time, my friends. Bye-bye.